the school board.
Yes.
Oh? Okay. All right. Well, thank you, everyone. I think we're going to go ahead and get started right now. We do have just one logistical element, which is the agenda that the City Council received is the same items, but in a different order than what the school board received. We're going with the school board's order. Is that right? I'm looking at Brian. He's
That
going to.
sounds great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Super. So with that, I think we will start by calling roll.
Good evening. Mayor Debbie Bertlin,
Here.
Deputy Mayor Salim Neese.
Here.
Councilmember Lisa Anderall.
Here.
Councilmember Bruce Bassett.
Here.
Councilmember Wendy Weicker.
Here.
Councilmember David Wiesentiner. And Councilmember Benson Wong.
Here. All right.
Are we
And-
calling roll for the?
No, and the
Okay.
board is all here and accounted for.
Great.
All right.
Okay.
So just at the top of the meeting, I wanted to just make a quick statement that while we're in the thick of political season right now and ballots are out and being returned, I'm going to ask that we stay to our topics and that we refer to our agreements and kind of our guiding principles of mutual respect and civility. And if we start going too far into the weeds, I'll call us all back in and back onto our topics, if that's all right for everyone. Yeah, I appreciate that. And thank you all for being here tonight. I really do appreciate it. We are going to start this evening with the school and city, partnerships, so our interlocal agreements.
I feel like we have a musical chorus that's about to start.
Testing, testing. There we go. All right. We have a couple of reports tonight. Good evening. My name is Jessie Ball, and I'm the interim city manager. I'm actually going to have Cindy Goodwin come up. She has to scoot out for another commitment. And she's just going to give us a quick update on the school counselor program to begin.
Hi, everybody. So we are fully up and going. We had somebody retire last year, and we have a new person at the high school, Ariel Schachter. I just wanted to give a brief picture of where we are and what we're looking at for the next biennial funding. Right now, we're funded fully through this biennium, so it's December 31st, 2020. We're fully funded through there. And we're entering the budget development season this coming spring, and we plan to put all of our counselors back in, and I want to let you know that. We are working on maximizing revenues at the thrift shop, and we are working with the foundation to be the other leg of funding. So I wanted you all to have that in mind and just to be aware of where we're going with that. We are really trying to maximize anything that we can do to keep school counselors at every school. And I will keep you up to date on if there are any changes in that. And on January 21st, the foundation will come to the Rhode Island City Council and talk about their strategic planning and what they're doing in that realm, just so people are aware of what they're doing to really help us in that arena and what kind of partner they are with us. Any questions? Anything? Good.
Thank you, Cindy. And I would like to request to move a little bit off the list again, because I know Cindy does have to leave. But one of the pieces on our topics of interest is community-wide kindness initiative. And if all wouldn't mind just having that little bit of discussion before Cindy has to go, because she is going to be one of the key partners with the city for the school district in bringing forward a compassionate community concept and a kindness initiative that will be very centric in our schools in January and February.
Yeah. So this is something that we have just recently started to speak about, and it came through a number of different avenues. One was Dr. Luther's research and her speaking to us and letting us know that there was a request from the kids and from her work here that we could be a kinder, more civil group and really more intentional in our kindness. So taking that and taking just some of the comments that have gone on the public just had a few conversations, and so we are looking at what does that look like for a community? How can you increase that and keep communication and respect everybody from where they're coming from? So we are looking at different models of community kindness initiatives. Both Donna and I are going to a Compassionate Leadership Summit at the University of Washington on November 8th and 9th. That is part of Yafa Maritz's efforts in this area. And we will be getting tools and evidence-based tools to how you can look at different arenas, whether it's government, business, nonprofits, and what are the conversations you need to have and what are some of the tools out there. So we'll be having those conversations with you. This is really us exploring it and bringing it back to you.
Thank you.
Comments or questions?
A couple more partnership updates, and you are welcome to depart. Police Chief is behind me. Police Chief Ed Holmes, and also sitting off to the side here is our interim Parks and Recreation Director, Ryan Daly, Ali Speets, Assistant to the City Manager. We have a number of other partnership projects and items that we're reviewing as part of the city's fiscal sustainability plan. And we're not at a place yet to report out any findings. Frankly, we've just gotten started on the review. So one of those items is our partnership around school resource officers, and the other one is around athletic fields. And beyond that, as I mentioned, we don't have a lot to report, but Chief, if you'd like to make any comments, or Ali or Ryan on the field interlocals, please feel free.
Sure. On the school resource officer, it's a program we've had in this community since 1996. I know that very clearly because I was our first school resource officer back then. And so it's grown, not necessarily in size, but in, I guess, its reach in the community. So it's a program, I think, strongly supported by everyone I speak to. As Jesse mentioned, Donna and I have started some early conversations about the current interlocal and what if anything, do we want to look at changing. So there's a number of things we've started talking about, but again, nothing to report out at this point in time, but again, a valuable program, I think, for many, many reasons. And it goes beyond just the security that the officer provides. It's the success of this program is also built largely on the relationships that the SRO builds, not just with the staff and the counseling staff, but the students and parents. So it's an integral part of the learning community, the young people in the community. It's a program I can't say enough good about. I'm a strong believer in it.
Yeah, Benson?
Chief, can you at least identify some of the areas that you're looking at? Obviously, you haven't reached any resolution or,
So, I mean, one of the areas we look at is the funding model. Right now, the school pays 17% of the SRO costs. It's an odd number. Why'd you get 17%? The reality is it started out at a flat rate of $12,000 in '96, and every few years we'd bump it up because of inflation. And at one point we said, hey, instead of every year looking at this thing and bumping it up, let's just convert whatever dollar amount we're paying right now into a percentage. And at the time, it happened to be 17%. So it's at 17%, which translates into $25,000 a year. So that's one of the things, Councilmember Wong, we talked about, along with in the body of the interlocal, we're looking at what guarantees or what type of a commitment the SRO would have time-wise, because it's pretty silent on how much time the SRO would spend in the schools. So we are jointly interested in finding something that would work. And I am very committed in having the SRO up there as much as he or she can be. So those are probably the two big things: money and then the amount of time that the SRO is up there.
One more item in the interlocal family is, as I mentioned, the athletic fields. And at our June planning session, the City Council directed the staff to take a look at the partnership that we have for shared maintenance, capital replacement, and those types of things. We just brought a contractor on to help with that work. I think many of you know we've had some turnover in our leadership team, including very recently our finance director. So that work is in its infancy, literally just started. We don't have anything to report yet except that we're working on it. Is there anything else you two would like to add? Ryan? Put you on the spot here?
No. No, it's kind of a deep dive, and we're evaluating and looking through it right now. So.
I think similar question to Councilmember Wong. What exactly are you looking at? You know, what are the different elements that you're researching?
I think a question would be more, what aren't we looking at? We're looking at the complete body of work, the level of service we're currently providing, the partnership we have with the school district, the whole gamut.
We're also taking a look very specifically for the whole, our entirety of our park maintenance operations, our level of service standards. So this is not just athletic fields, this is all of our parks. What is our current level of service standard? What does it look like to go up or down, and being able to quantify that? So big data lift happening right now, and athletic fields is certainly a piece of that.
We also have, I think, 5 to 7 active interlocal agreements about fields. And so one of our goals will be to consolidate, make it a little bit easier. And actually, Matt just walked in. Matt is our new special projects consultant who's working on this. And he's been drinking out of a fire hose this week, but we are really glad that he is here. So do you guys have any questions about the field interlocals?
So timing. I believe we will be anticipating another linkage session this spring. That would probably be about the time that we will have our initial findings and data to share, and it certainly will be working with the school district, staff to staff before then, as we start to make some progress here.
Great.
Other questions or comments?
So big appreciation for the field collaboration, the SRO collaboration. Thank you very much for that important work, as well as the youth mental health counselors that are placed in our schools. And I think I'd encourage both bodies to come up with consistent nomenclature for those youth mental health counselors. To me, I'm saying youth mental health counselors because there are youth first. It just so happens that co-locating the mental health at the schools is the best practice model. And when the school district has state mandated limited funds, it's awesome if the city is able to support that. And by not calling them student counselors, it alleviates the mix up with our academic student counselors, and it also recognizes that they're there for our youth, and they're actually serving all youth on the island, not just Commercial Island School District youth. And the second point I'd say is, I know the city's under a lot of budgetary concerns, but I just want to recognize the city does have additional levy capacity, and to the extent that the city's able to support schools legally and financially. Legally, I mean legally allowed. That's great. People come to this island for schools usually, and we are fortunate in a community that values education. We have a lot of things that we could do with more money, and we can't. And for 30 to 35 years, we were grandfathered in at the highest levy capacity, along with Bellevue and Seattle, and enjoyed that. And with McCleary, we've recently now are playing second fiddle to Seattle and Everett. They have 20% higher ability to raise levy capacity. I don't know why our two state legislators voted for that, but this is the first time in about 40 years that we don't have that same levy capacity. So thank you.
Other questions or comments? All right, seeing none.
I just have a quick one.
Go ahead.
So I know we're not into snow season yet, or Snowmageddon, but what I did notice during the snow event, and we did some within the city, some pretty good postmortems on that. I did notice a disparity between what city crews were doing and where school districts were at. So I just wanted to at least ask the question, like, is there any opportunity for the city to help out in that type of event? We have equipment that you don't have. I don't know how useful it is, but certainly I saw some people with shovels that looked like they could have been helped with some heavy equipment. So I wanted to ask the question.
Absolutely. And during Snowmageddon, the city was an absolute awesome partner for the school district. Our maintenance and operation was on the phone dark 30 with the city department talking about what was cleared and what wasn't. And there were a couple of times when we did a late start, and the city completely helped us out by getting the plows over to the schools in a manner that we could get things cleared up so our buses could get out and about and into our schools. So, and I know that in one of the most recent meetings, our maintenance and operations was present at the city meeting to discuss this year and how we will be prepared this year and work again collaboratively in the same kind of manner as to what are our snow routes going to be if we have to have snow routes. Really don't want them, but, and how will we partner together to keep schools open and get everyone where they need to go safely.
Good.
So the conversations have already started.
Good.
Thanks for asking.
Oh, no, just as a side note, we did update our snow response maps. They just got finished yesterday, so we'll get them up on the website. And of course, they'll be shared with the school district. But we did do an inclement weather and winter meeting, and everybody's on the same page.
Sounds like we could have an inter-snowcal agreement. I just wanted to add a little levity and express my appreciation to the city-school partnership. I'm stepping off the board in just a few weeks, and I just wanted to express appreciation for the partnership that we've had over my term, and it's a very special thing that we have the same boundaries in our school district and city. As many of you know, there's only 3 cities that have that in Washington State, and it gives us the opportunity to have this kind of a partnership. And I hope that we can continue to partner on finding ways to continue and perhaps someday enhance our youth mental health counselors in our schools. And the SRO partnership, I really appreciate that as well. That has given a lot of comfort to those of us who have been rocked by the level of gun violence in our country, and all of the athletic fields that we're able to find synergies on. I think it's been fabulous. So thank you very much, and for your continued leadership.
Okay. So moving on in our agenda, next up, discussion about legislative priorities. So the Washington State School Directors Association just completed its annual legislative assembly. And so they have rolled out their top legislative priorities for the year and are now working collaboratively with the School Administrators Association and the Business Officers Administration to come up with priorities for legislative conference. Director Jorgensen, as our legislative representative, do you want to go over some of our priorities?
If you'd like to, go for it.
Okay. So Mercer Island School District this year took into account the voices of board members as well as our students and superintendent, and came up with a rough list of some of our top priorities for this year. The leader of that was academic rigor and equity in public education, which deals with curriculum. Then following that was comprehensive school safety and funding for behavioral support services and social emotional learning for students. And then following that was gun violence prevention, professional development, trauma-informed practices and supports for students. And it continues on down the list like that. But you can see that locally we were really focused on academic success and rigor, and academic achievement, as well as school safety and professional development. And then, so Washington State School Directors Association, the number one issue that came across this year was full funding of the school employees' benefits and pensions. And a big part of that is the School Employees Benefits Board, which is brand new to us. Currently, educators across the state are enrolling into that process, and it's going to have a financial impact on most districts. Superintendent Kowalski, are you able to speak to that briefly, or?
We are in our enrollment window right now, as most people are. This is the time of year when we do that. But because it is such a heavy lift, it's such a switch, every single district in the state is going through this at the same time, getting their employees into the system. More categories of employees are now eligible for benefits, so it's making sure that we're identifying all of the employees who are eligible and making sure that they have the opportunity to sign up. It's, again, a new system, and we're learning lots as we go. As to financial burden, because of the number of employees that we have that we do not get state funding for, they're not part of basic ed, all of those employees will be required to have their medical benefits and all their other benefits provided by the district as well. So we'll get no funding for it, but we will have to provide those benefits. So those numbers will be more solid for us in the spring as well when we settle into the new time period for our benefits, which starts January 1, 2020.
Other top state issues were comprehensive school safety, which came in number 3, and review and revision of the prototype school funding formula. So our schools are based on a prototype school funding formula. Per X number of students, you're allotted a certain percentage of staff for that. And so there's been a lot of talk for a number of years in the School Directors Association about the equity involved with that system. And of course, that doesn't involve mental health counselors or many of the services that we now see should be a part of basic education, part of that prototypical funding formula. So there's a lot of action moving in the state right now to try to push the legislature to address that and to expand that.
Well, Jesse, do you have or is Ally going to be touching on ours? Because I think once we go through ours, in my mind, the question is there any place that the city can double down and support you in yours, as we have in years past? I know it was primarily in the context of McCleary, and the funding that you were hoping for would be coming through the district. But the extent to which, as Tracy points out, we're one of 3 cities that has this common set of boundaries, we would love to be able to discuss whether 2 is better than 1, meaning 2 entities. So.
Okay, so the council year after year has been adopting these priorities a little bit earlier and earlier. So we actually developed this list before AWC put out their list, which is the Association of Washington Cities, and before Suburban Cities or Sound Cities Association put it out. So we're kind of one of the first groups. But our main categories for 2020 is transportation funding, sustainable local funding, maintaining local control, protecting our health, and then preserving and protecting the environment. So under the transportation funding, if Initiative 976 passes, it changes a lot in this state regarding transportation, and it's a big concern for local governments that do have transportation benefit districts like we do. It would be a loss of about $375,000. So this is a pretty general category for us because we just don't know what's going to happen. And the sustainable local funding, again, we have the annual 1% cap on property tax for revenues for cities. And so we are still looking for options for that from the legislature. And then also kind of identifying funding sources for emergency response and disaster recovery. It happens a lot, and especially with our local landslides and weather. And then the other is the Public Works Trust Fund, which is a funding availability to do some projects that the legislature has used that fund in the past to fund other things. And so we're asking for it to be fully funded again so it can be available to cities. And then under maintaining local control, last year there were a number of bills regarding affordable housing. And some of them started out very, very crazy and got to good places, which we were happy about. But they have left us with very short timelines to implement. And so we're asking for the legislature to extend some of those timelines and deadlines a little bit. And also the Growth Management Act is a huge, huge piece of work for every jurisdiction. There's an update that's required soon, and so we're asking for some assistance from the state in implementing those policies. Protecting our health, of course, refers to our mental health counselors and social emotional learning in all schools. And then we also are talking about new resources and policies for affordable housing, both at the state and local level. Preserving and protecting the environment is another important priority for us. A statewide price on carbon pollution, and then reducing, of course, transportation-related greenhouse gases. Supporting an accelerated timeline to retire fossil fuel energy supplies. Incentives for solar energy. And then strengthening the Washington State Energy Code, which encourages net zero emissions for buildings.
So any questions? I mean, I think what I would call out here is when we, under point number 4, protecting our health, we are calling out supports mental health counseling and social emotional learning in all schools. So I'm hoping that that meets with your satisfaction. Is there anything else? No, I guess I would say noteworthy, that you find interesting or would like us to double down on.
We're in the process of revisiting our facilities and thinking about the long-term updates and growth of our facilities. What do we need to do for the remaining schools that have not been, refurbished or rebuilt in any way since the 1990s, as well as, continued expansion of our middle school and potentially of our high school. So a lot of this clearly depends on enrollment into the schools, and that in turn depends on people on the island. So as we think about how the Growth Management Act impacts us, I think it would be nice if we could also think about how that impacts the schools as well, and how does our community evolve as we do get light rail over here, enhance the transportation around our island itself. What does that mean for our teachers, our students? And, clearly, as we've seen the population increase in Seattle, in King County, I'd expect a population increase on Mercer Island as well.
Also, to keep you updated on something we're working on, we have a subcommittee of myself and Director Lurie working on a sustainability and environmental stewardship resolution, and recently checked out your website to reference it, and so it's great to see that this is one of your legislative priorities as well. It really speaks to our entire community, but our young people are going to be most affected by the outcomes over the next few years of our efforts to combat climate change, and it's great to see the city taking such a great lead role on this. Thank you.
I think just leveraging off that, there will be future board, school board, future council. The extent to which, whether it's formalized or not, that there is some joint work that's being done around the preserving and protecting environment piece. I mean, if there's a few things that have really struck me within the last few months, it is the extent to which our youth are prioritizing this initiative. And I believe if we can start to work more collaboratively, intentionally, and bring those students to the table, it would be to the benefit of the community as a whole. So I hope future board and council can gather resources together with the students and see what we can bring.
That's wonderful. And recently, in the last year, the board added student voice onto our board. We now have 2 students who are appointed to our board. They join us once a month and give us feedback on our fundamentals and our ends. Would you like to speak a little bit about that process and how they're gathering student voice through the district?
Our 2 student reps are one junior at Mercer Island High School and one senior. They spend 2 years with us, so the junior kind of learns and is mentored by the senior and then fills that role the next year. We have a superintendent student advisory, and so the student board reps sit on that advisory, but they also reach out to our middle school and our elementary student councils to get feedback from them and information from them as to their concerns and priorities, certainly at each of their individual schools. And they are also working directly with the reestablished student senate at the high school as well, so they can be gathering information as what are the priorities for our students, so that those student board reps can bring it to the board and have that voice heard.
This has been very fun and rewarding as a board member to see us evolve and embrace the student voice, in particular at the board level, and appreciate our superintendent's goal of doing that. And we've achieved that. And we also worked with another district that has been doing that for a number of years to do this. We've also created some policies around that. And one is we don't contact those students. We're not trying to politicize them as it could in an elected body. They're just reaching out to their students through their formal processes. And I think that's important to highlight. And I think it's also important to highlight how it has, I think, enhanced our board meetings. They give terrific reports about that. And might be something interesting for the city council to consider, especially with so many involved youth, to maybe do something similar.
Brian. I wanted to just touch on the growth management discussion. To the extent that the next council is going to be having discussions and making decisions with the growth management board about future housing allocations, understanding that our 2018 number hasn't been published, but the number of units remaining in prior allocations is certainly in the many hundreds, could be 800, could be 900, and that each unit doesn't represent a person, but represents a unit of housing, which could be an apartment, could be a 2-bedroom, could be a 1-bedroom, could be a studio, could be a house. And also to the extent that we've seen, 20-ish, 22 and a half, 25 new single-family residential, net new single-family residentials over the years, and that there are discussions about more types of housing, different types of densities of housing, cottage housing, row housing, town housing. Have you guys thought about those densities, how they would be distributed around the island, how those would affect your long-term capital plans for schools, and how a shift away from growth in the town center, maybe density and other parts of the island, would pressure Island Park, Lake Ridge, instead of just West Mercer and potentially Northridge? I mean, for example, if you did have a big influx of student growth due to housing development and it was in the town center, would it all go to West Mercer, or would it be distributed within the district more broadly? Those types of things we don't really do a good job of talking to you about. And since our data is a trailing indicator of housing units, right? We have not published 2018's housing allocation attainment. So we're all doing this, kind of driving the bus, so to speak, with the rearview mirror. How can we drive that conversation in a more constructive way for you and your capital planning?
We have spent a great deal of time at the board level to understand the scope of this problem and know it's well beyond us as politicians. And we have hired experts into this field to help navigate this. The company that is going to be working with us to do this is going to be reaching out to the city, to parents, to a whole collection of people from the community to get feedback into making these determinations. So I think raising this today allows them to be empowered to have those discussions back with the city and with the district itself. We don't know right now, as you point out. And as you point out, even in things like impact fees, we're looking backwards as we calculate them, not looking forwards. As we think about expanding our schools, right now the biggest factor we use is birth rates, and that would change dramatically if we added 800 new units of housing to the island. So I think we'd have to look at the experts to calculate what percentage of students there would be in those type of housing, how the Growth Management Act is going to change over time, and let them kind of come up with those goals. So we see this being a 10-plus year plan. We do acknowledge that the advent of light rail here might change things. And hopefully, I think clearly for the better in the long run. So I think we're all good with that type of work happening. And I think thank you for raising it as well on your side. Sounds like mutual interest, and we will make sure the experts are going to follow up.
I think too, just to answer your question about where would those students be absorbed, we currently have boundaries set for Northwood and West Mercer on the north end. If we anticipate housing coming, it's possible that in anticipation of that, we can modify some of our boundaries a little bit to accommodate more students.
And
on
really,
the
that's
north
why I
end.
asked that question, is
Yeah.
I knew that there were static kind of boundaries, and depending on the ground game over
Yeah,
a period
they
of
can be
time,
changed
you know,
if
those boundaries would
necessary.
probably need to be adjusted for
Right.
rebalancing. You know, the other thing that we think about is as we move forward in any future additional housing allocation, can the island support it? And the core metrics in that decision are things like infrastructure and transportation. Schools is certainly one of them. And these are things where when we look at systems that are in place and our ability to fund improvements to those systems, things like traffic concurrency, for example, those are the types of things that would lead an island to make a decision to say it might be built out.
Right.
And so that's a discussion that you also should consider, is that, you know, as a district with limited financial capacity, with capital issues, with all the concerns that we've heard about and we probably don't hear about, you know, that's a safety valve that you have in your toolbox as well. But if we're not talking, we'll never get to that point.
And I think if there is information over the next few months, we have our facilities planning committee starting to meet. Is it this month or next month? Next month through the rest of the school year. So if there's any information in the meantime that could be channeled through the administration, or Director D'Souza and Lurie are the representatives from the board on that committee, so they could be contacted as well. And then that can be rolled into the long-term plan. It can also be mentioned in there that we need to stay abreast of of these things, so that it's considered as we go through it. Because this committee is not going to develop the next bond. It's going to make a priority list for what needs to happen next, and then the board can then use that to decide, make future decisions about a potential rebuild on any of the properties. So it's definitely long-range planning that we need to be prepared for, and so the communication needs to be open for that.
Totally agree. And I'm just curious if you guys are also looking at demographic shifts. We have young families moving in as older families downsize and that kind of thing. So it's not just new housing, it's transitions and demographics on the island. I presume Ty is all over that.
I appreciate Director Drinkwater mentioning this long-term plan. What it is developing a long-term plan that may inform a bond ask of a future board. But right now, we don't have a long-term plan, and it's really our responsibility to create that, recognizing that we have, 3 to 4 schools that are over 60 years old, plus some remodels that are kind of built into that, but they're getting old. And that needs to inform the maintenance and ongoing support of those schools. So we do enlist a professional demographer, and I think this study is going to enlist his help. But then again, I think he kind of throws his hands up a little bit with light rail because there's a lot of unknowns. And, if you just look at Mercer Island's history with island enrollment, a peak enrollment in the 70s of 5,200 students and a lull enrollment of like 3,200 or 3,500 students in 1985-ish. We've gone through a lot of swings. Fortunately, it's been a lot smoother, but it's challenging.
And this demographer has been very accurate. It's been amazing how close it's been. The other thing, just to clarify on funding issues, if we get more students, we do get more funding because our levy capacity is such that it's per student up to $2,500. So if they show up, we do get more funding for the day-to-day operations. And then if we do need to build more buildings in the future and have that capacity, that's a separate bond issue, and that's really up to the voters. So.
Yeah, and so I'll just add, and then I'll move on from the topic, that, the historical context of 5,200 was when an island had a population that was much, much smaller than it was today, and the district held more land. And so to the extent that you want to expand, you don't have a junior high, which you used to have, plus you had Mercer Crest, which is the, proximity for Northwood. You're still net down a school from the heyday, let's call it. Well, and then you had Mercerview. So I think it would be a very difficult conversation to say, as we were to grow towards the 5,000, 6,000 range, that there would be the same amount of flexibility within the system, because those resources have been used elsewhere. And then, of course, we have traffic concurrency, we have emergency planning preparedness, we have our emergency response and fire and police, and these are all limited resources based on what we can collect from a levy. So those confluence with things like Island Park, which is on Island Crest Way, which is abutting to an intersection that's at a LOSFF. If we start having traffic problems, your bond and construction capabilities are going to butt into our transportation needs, and we're going to have to look for solutions that work together. And really, we're thinking about multimodal, bike lanes, pedestrian safety, cars moving through that area. And it's the one school that's distinct in terms of the island and location and geography that just happens to be smack dab in the middle of all of it, right? West Mercer's kind of sequestered off to the side, Lake Ridge is. So I just say that there's a lot of conversation that could be occurring. The council has typically gotten together on a basis like this, and it's really not meant to have this type of conversation. But maybe in the future, as we head towards the next housing allocation, there should be a serious conversation about long-term capital planning when your study is done, and our long-range ability to work with that.
And I would just mention, as somebody who's been sitting on the GMPC, the Growth Management Planning Council, for quite a few years, I don't know if this is a case where we love company, but there are a number of other municipalities that are facing the same set of issues. So when they're looking at the Growth Management Act, so many of these issues that have come up in terms of traffic, in terms of school funding, in terms of school location, and they are essentially East Side consistent, if not South King County as well. So the extent to which we can, work with our state legislators, et cetera, and pull those down and assess what the impacts are, I think the point I'm taking away is let's have the conversations together and make sure that we're planning as Mercer Island rather than as the school board or rather than the city council. The good news is by bringing it up now and being aware, hopefully we can not only accept the policies, but we'll have the chance at this point to start influencing the policies.
May I ask a couple of very in-the-weeds questions following those that high-level discussion? Can you remind us where enrollment landed this year compared to your projections? Question number one. Question number two, facilities study work includes things beyond the building as well, right? Athletic fields, parking lots.
Ty's coming up to talk to you about enrollment, but I will start talking about the second piece, the facilities planning. We'll look at all of our properties. So yes, that includes the pool. It includes the everything that's on the mega block. So you have a facility sitting on the mega block, the Peak, the Boys and Girls Club, which is on our property. They won't be looking at that for conditions, but all of that will be part and parcel of the whole long-range facilities master plan as to capacity kinds of questions, enrollment and questions, and where is the enrollment going to sit? Is it going to be at the younger student age, or is it going to be more at the middle and high school age, which we do tend to see. We see students who come in at middle and high school versus always at the younger ages as well. So hopefully that enrollment study will help with some of that.
In terms of enrollment, good evening, by the way. In terms of enrollment for the 1920 school year, we are at 4,323 students as of October 1st. This is the official head count for the year. It helps drive a lot of the funding and enrollment projections that we use. We are about 84 students above what we projected as part of our budget and forecasting process, and we were about 100 students below where we were last year. So slight decline, maybe about 1.5% decline overall, but that's considering what's been happening enrollment-wise across the region, a lot of districts have come in significantly under projections, and some districts are actually starting to face some declining enrollment. So the fact that we are pretty stable and that we are coming in incredibly close to our projections is very good news for us. So.
Yeah, I think it's worth noting in the most recent studies, King County population has gone up dramatically, but the average age in King County has dropped dramatically. So that really does suggest there's a boom of children coming in next 5 to 10 years, right? So it'll be interesting to see how communities handle that type of change and how do we plan for it.
Great. Any other questions, comments on that one? It's a great conversation, and I look forward to for the collaboration between our organizations as we look at those projections and continue to grow. Yeah. So up next, we have the Kindness Initiative. Did you have more that you wanted to add to that? No. Covered the bases. Okay. Then we'll move on to.
It just might be interesting to consider kindness. Which obviously is very nice. Also, with respect to adults, we have in the school the mutual respect policy that we also use for discussion. And the one concern I would have with kindness is it might tamp down a little bit around debate, discussion, perhaps even disagreement. And so on the school board, at least, we welcome disagreement. We welcome feedback, criticism. I mean, there's to the school board and towards our school system. And we get it in spades as well. It's very similar. We all see that as elected bodies. But what's been key for us has been to have respect around it and to that criticism to be provided to us in a not, without personal vendetta, with facts, with passion is fine too, but to avoid the personal vitriol that makes this really, really bad and hard to take. I will say that our parents and our school community and our teachers have been very good. They've been very gracious about giving us feedback that has really changed the way we as a school and we as a school board work. And we appreciated all that feedback, whether it's the teachers telling us how to handle our bargain, the parents telling us, what we're doing wrong in academics and all the different aspects of this we should be supporting. I think the mutual respect and trust guidelines we've had have worked very well towards allowing debate, discussion without squeezing out those type of ideas.
If you're interested in learning more about our mutual respect and civility policy, it's policy number 4020, board policy number 4020, and you'll find that in the 4000 series on our board docs. And there was a lot of work that went into that. It was based on a document that was created through PTAs in the district and other stakeholders in the community, I want to say 10 or 15 years ago.
Yeah, this is at least 10 years old for us.
Mutual respect and responsibility. So it really grew out of that. Yeah. Great. So I look forward to the collaboration around that. And in January, is it the Great Kindness Challenge or?
There is a nationwide movement for schools called the Great Kindness Challenge that we'll be participating in. It's generally runs starting about the same time as the Martin Luther King holiday and through the end of January. But to give ourselves some flexibility, we're thinking it will overlap into February as well. Many of our schools already participated in the Great Kindness Challenge last year, so we're really hoping to promote it as a district-wide initiative that all of our youth are participating in, and how can we push that out in the community as well and bring in some of our other partners like the Chamber of Commerce and some of the service clubs, the Rotary and whatnot as well, to help us promote and get the word out.
Other thoughts? No. Okay. So next up on our agenda, we have recognition of outgoing elected officials. So we have several elected officials who are outgoing at this time, and do you want to? So we do want to say thank you to Directors Drinkwater and Jorgensen for their continued service on the school board, not only volunteering your time on the school board, but also in many community areas through our schools and throughout the community. So thank you so much for your service. We appreciate it.
And we too have two farewells to say. The first is to Bruce Bassett, who has been on council for 12 years. And it makes some comment about gray and or anything else, but I'm sure the council had nothing to do with any of that. You know, I do, Bruce, want you to say a few words because I think you've seen some remarkable, you know, partnership and relationships between the district and the city, and that would be worth reflecting on. I would also like to thank we have Councilmember Dave Wiesentiner, who can't be here with us tonight, but I'm sure that we all share appreciation for the time that he served these last 4 years. So Bruce, any leaving words of wisdom that you have for us?
So I didn't have any prep suggestion that I should say anything, so this is completely off the cuff. I think the one thing I would say is that certainly the most senior person looking around the table here who's been in the political scene here longer than any of you. But I recall when I ran for office, one of the planks I ran on was the idea that the school district and city needed to be working better together than they had been. We had really gone a bit off the rails at that point. There was some real animus between the individuals on the two boards, and we had I think stopped actually having joint meetings. We'd had some previously, but had stopped doing it because of some of the tension. So then fast forward into recent times, and these meetings sometimes feel a little bit like, they're fluff. They're just kind of a little bit of feel good. But I would say that's a good thing, and continuing to have them and just spending that time with each other and being able to hear what the other folks are thinking about, hear what the other folks are working on, and to the extent that there are differences of opinion that need to be addressed, they're getting aired. So I feel like we're in a good spot in terms of the two entities working together, and I'd say carry on. Carry on.
Great,
Yeah.
great. So maybe a round of applause for all departing officials. All right.
Directors Drinkwater, Jorgensen, do you have any reflections?
Kind of already said my thing. I went ahead and jumped in a while ago, but maybe I'll prepare something for another meeting. So it seems premature. We have at least 2 more.
Right. You're not a lame duck, you're just a regular duck.
I'll concur.
Thanks. I was going to say, Ralph, she gave you the perfect
Okay, thank you so much. And we have one final treat tonight. So this has to do with, we've got our partnership that we're celebrating tonight between the district and the city. But we also want to recognize some special partnership, some folks that are with us tonight. And that has to do with our Sister Schools Association. So we have Sister City, what did I say? Sister School, Sister City Association, thank you. They're partnered Mercer Island and Tenon Les Bain. And the students get together in the spring. Students from Mercer Island head over to France, and currently students are visiting us here. Today and next Thursday they're going to be with us, and they're going to be celebrating Halloween. And a few points to highlight here is that it's a family-to-family student exchange that began in 2002. Each group of students gets to spend about 10 days in the sister city. And this is the 9th student exchange this year that has happened. And it's impacted more than 150 Mercer Island students in its history. And some of the students from the first few years of exchanges have actually kept up relationships with their host families and have returned to France to visit and to study. So we have some guests here tonight that are going to talk to us. And also we have, Kirsten Taylor is who's going to tell us a little bit more about our sister city groups. And
We're about 2 minutes ahead of them, and we're waiting for one more person to arrive. So,
Can I just jump in?
Go.
Because,
Absolutely.
you know, this is an important year. I don't want to steal her thunder, and I have no idea what her prepared remarks are, but I'm going to steal them all. It's our 20th year anniversary
Coming up, yeah.
this coming year, and so there's a delegation heading over to Tannon-les-Bains. It is a beautiful city. It's on Lake Geneva. Half of it is France, the other side is Switzerland, and it's a lot like Mercer Island in character, right? It's small. It's maybe more dense, more vibrant, more activated. It's on the edge of a cliff, so it has some slightly different, really just scenic, beautiful geography, and certainly many hundreds more years of history. I would encourage anybody looking for a great vacation to go and just do the whole drive around Lake Geneva. It's an easy 3-4 day trip. You're going to go through Evian, you're going to go through Switzerland, you're going to see the grape vineyards, just some beautiful, beautiful attractions and things that you can see around there. But as we went to Tannon-les-Bains, I think it was 2 years ago, 2 summers, not this summer, but the summer before, they were so nice, just so friendly, inviting you into their homes, so many activities to do and things to see, great food to eat, incredible history. I can't thank them enough, and we're thinking about going for this February, and I hope that we can get it together, but it's a trip of a lifetime. People should go. Kirsten, if you have anything left.
we have our guests here.
welcome. Yeah.
I'm Kirsten Taylor.
Is it on?
Hello, I'm Kirsten Taylor with the City of Mercer Island, and I am the staff liaison with our Sister City Association with our Tannon-les-Bains friends. And we are so fortunate this evening to have our guests of 26 students and 6 adults visiting on the exchange, this year's exchange with our Mercer Island High School students. So I'm not going to say more because we have a number of people who would like to say a few words. So first we'll hear from Mayor Debbie Bertlin. Thank you.
Well, first of all, welcome. If you are here visiting us, could you raise your hands, please? All you students who are visitors, including the Cub Scouts. Yeah, okay. Well, thank you for being here. This is a very fun event. As has been mentioned, we are coming up on our 20th anniversary of a Sister City partnership with Tannon-les-Bains, and we welcome you. I believe there is a delegation that will be coming to France or going to France in February of this year. We are fortunate in that there's many things that we share in common. We have a similar setting on the lake in a region that's known for natural beauty. We have proximity to a large city while retaining that friendly small town feel. We value our parks, we value our open spaces, our festival, and the outdoors. We also have a very special appreciation and focus on our youth, on our students. So we particularly welcome you here this evening. I've been told that the 20 years has been a good 20 years, very few mishaps, nothing more than perhaps a sprained ankle on a ski slope or a bee sting, I think a fairly bad bee sting last spring. But we've also evolved in terms of the partnership. In those first years, the French students came from just one school, St. Joseph, and this year we have French students from, I believe, 6 different schools in and around Tannon. So that's fantastic. It's great to see that program growing. So just a recognition that the Sister City program and partnership, it makes us all better. It opens our eyes to our different cultures, languages, and ways of thinking. We learn to appreciate differences and similarities, but to just very much appreciate that though we might live across the world from each other, there are friendships to be made and special relationships to keep. So thank you and welcome.
And now we'll have a few words from our school board president, Brian Giannini Upton. Would you like to speak with the students here again, or?
I would just say welcome, and so happy to have you here with us tonight.
All right, thank you. Then next we would have Roberta Lewandowski, who is our Sister City Association president.
I want to thank both the Mercer Island City Council and the Mercer Island School Board for all the wonderful 20 years of support. We've had, I think maybe the mayor mentioned, we've had 9 exchanges with over 150 students, and it wouldn't be possible without your support. So thank you so much, and thanks for welcoming our French visitors. They already raised their hands, so I'm not going to make them do that again, right?
And now I would like to welcome Marie Franz Hennen, who is the Vice President of the Tonon Sister City Association and Coordinator of the Student Exchange Program.
I'm shorter. I'll just say a few words, but I've not prepared any speech, okay? I want to thank you once more for welcoming us as usual. I know we spend so good time here, and the students have such memories when they go back to France, and it has been going, as you said, for almost 20 years now, and we're pleased as long as we can keep it, and we hope that we can find some people who will help us continue that great thing. Okay, so thank you once more very much for everything you do for us.
Sorry, we can help translate for Maxime when he speaks. Oh, yeah, okay. All right, now we have 2 students who are going to say a few words. We have Lucas Debray, who's a sophomore, I believe, at the Mercer Island High School. And also, we have Maxime Berger, Berger Vachon, and I know that I've said his name very poorly, but if Max would also come up. Thank you, Max. And yeah, first Lucas.
Hello, I'm Luca Debray. I just wanted to say a few words about how I think the association is a great thing, and I've learned a lot by going to France, and then also I learned a lot of French too, and more about the culture, and I also created some good bonds with some people I didn't even know, and also stronger bonds with the people I did know that I came with. And I feel like I'll have a long bond with my friend Maxime here, who we've become pretty good friends, and it's been a wonderful time. So yeah, it's a pretty great organization.
Okay. All right. No. So Max is going to speak, and
No? It's okay? You want to say what? Yes.
okay, we're going to have 2 students speaking.
Yes, you can speak French.
Et je dis quoi? Ok. Bah bonjour. C'est gentil à Mercer Island de nous accueillir ici, et puis c'est bien de faire des nouvelles rencontres avec Lucas, et puis ça nous permet de découvrir le pays, et merci.
So I suppose you have mostly understood what he's saying. That yes, it's a pleasure to be here, and of course to meet friends and to discover your country as well.
Hello, I'm Julia Roux. I'm a French student, and I did this exchange to practice my English, and I think, well, a bit not just for this, but and to visit America as I had never been here before. So.
So I'm Luc Canavier, I'm from France. I want to go to America to see if the cliché are real or false, and to meet some new people, some friends in America and Bennett. So to have a correspondent, to practice my English, and to know new people and new American people and the American culture. And that's it, I think.
That is the end of our brief conversation. Could we have one more time? Could we have our French students please stand? All of our exchange students. Sorry. Welcome. All right. Then I don't know if anybody else would like to say.
It's a great place, great city. I know the delegation is going to
there is a light reception in the hallway. We have a chance to mingle and meet some of our new friends. Welcome them here to Mercer Island. At this point, unless there are any other comments or questions, then we will adjourn our linkage session and we'll meet again in the spring. But thank you so much for being here tonight. As for school board members, we will reconvene at 6 o'clock. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you. Okay, it is 6:04, and we will come back into session. We just had a great linkage session with the City Council. So we're moving on to Part 2 of our agenda, and 2A is establishment of the agenda.
I move we establish the agenda as published.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the agenda is established. We'll move on to Section 2B, recognition.
Each October, National Principals Month recognizes the essential role that principals play in making a school great. And since we have some of our principals here tonight, I wanted to acknowledge our principals and celebrate October as National Principals Month. Principals are among the hardest working, yet often least recognized individuals in education. They set the academic tone for their schools, as you're going to hear tonight, and it is their vision, dedication, and determination that provide the mobilizing force for achieving student success. They are the unsung heroes for their tireless efforts in pursuit of excellence in education. National Principals Month is widely recognized celebration of the principalship, marked by national and state resolutions supporting the event, as well as acknowledgments from U.S. senators and representatives. However, the most important National Principals Month celebrations are the ones that take place in schools and communities. So I would just like to acknowledge the great work of our principals as they're here tonight to present their school improvement plans, that October is a time to reflect on the excellent work they do on behalf of our students.
Any reflections on that? No. Thank you for being here tonight, and thank you for all that you do to support our students in our district and making sure that students are our priorities. You are appreciated. Yeah. We'll move into section 2C now, which is public input. And we do have some folks here for public input tonight. First up, we have Suzanne Riley. And as you come up, I have a little section to read here for everyone. And you're welcome to approach the podium. And if you would like to make public comments, just fill out a form, and we'll be happy to recognize you. The meeting is a meeting of the board in public. It is not a public meeting that guarantees interaction between members of the public and members of the board. If you would like to address the board on a particular issue, please limit your remarks to not more than 3 minutes. Appoint a spokesperson if the concern is a group concern, and if desired, provide written documentation to the board secretary. Public comments that name or otherwise identify a district student are not permitted without permission of that student's parent or legal guardian. The board may direct the superintendent to respond at a later date to the issues expressed. All right.
High school. I wanted to publicly thank Tracy Drinkwater and Deborah Laurie for meeting with Nancy Whale and I in order to discuss the development of the sustainability and environmental stewardship resolution that you will be discussing tonight. We are very grateful for their time and research in putting this document together. Our school district has made an impressive commitment to environmentally sustainable infrastructure, such as purchasing and using compostable dishes, containers, and utensils in our lunchrooms, and installing water bottle refill stations in our school. Tony Kuhn's custodial team manages countless recycling and composting bins, and his team looks for ways to conserve energy and water for our schools. We appreciate that the administration has incorporated so many green practices in our district. Thank you for considering and discussing the resolution tonight. We hope you will vote to approve the resolution at a future meeting. I believe that the Sustainability and Environmental Stewardship resolution of the school board shows our students, parents, and community members that we are committed to making a positive impact and working to engage our students in the important discussion about climate change, and we are committed to demonstrating responsible practices for environmental stewardship. Thank you very much, and I really appreciate your attention to this matter.
Thank you very much. And next we have Tanya Egger.
Thank you so much. I first want to acknowledge Nancy Weil and Suzanne Riley, who brought the Green Schools program to the Mercer Island School District. They implemented it, they've run it, and they've done so for a decade. And that is tremendous and amazing, and now they're bringing this resolution, through their efforts, they've brought this environmental sustainability resolution to you, and of course, I hope you will consider it and approve it as well. I did want to just highlight a few other things, which is today when I went to the CNN homepage and clicked on climate, you see all this terrible, terrible news, right? It's a doom and gloom story. And whether it's the orca whales that are malnourished, or whether it's, you know, the temperatures are rising, it's the water tables are drying up, or it's ice sheets are melting. It's not pretty. And at the very bottom right-hand corner, you see a picture of Greta Thunberg, who is our future. And how old is she? She's 16. And when I think about the future of this community and who we need to invest in, who we need to set a great example for and nurture and cultivate, it is the students of the Mercer Island School District. I also want to call your attention to an article I found from Newsweek that just the title alone will make the point clear. It says, psychologists warn parents that climate change alarmists are causing eco-anxiety in children. I actually see this as a mental health issue. You know, there is an existential crisis for us if we really think for what this planet might look like in 50 to 100, 200 years. And our students know that and feel that, and I don't think they have the support necessary to think through how to have an impact, how to have a voice, how to be part of the solution. And I feel that we adults need to be doing such a better job in setting the wonderful example of a billion things that we could be doing to be more sustainable. There's such a long list. The last thing I just want to call your attention to is a position statement from the National PTA. This position statement encompasses environmental health, remediation, sustainability, and climate change. And it says that the National PTA recognizes the scientific consensus surrounding climate change and the impact of human activities. Children represent a particularly vulnerable group already suffering disproportionately both direct and indirect adverse health effects from anthropogenic global warming. There's a long list of everything that they recognize, and I'm running out of time. But just to say that the National PTA has taken a leadership stand, and I would really love to see that our school district would do the same. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Is there any other public input this evening? Okay, seeing none. Thank you for being here tonight and for providing your voice. We will move on now to Section 2D, the Superintendent Report.
No report tonight. Sorry, no report tonight. I'm going to yield to the principals with their school improvement plans.
Okay. And with that, we will move to Section 3A, Board Policy 1800, Operational Expectation 10, Instructional Program, School Improvement Plans, Mercer Island High School and Islander Middle School. Thank you for being here tonight.
Do you want to draw straws to see who goes first?
I vote middle school.
Sure, that sounds great. All right, hi you guys. I'm Mary Jo Budges. Thanks for having us here tonight to talk about our SIP. We're going to start with our reflection from last year's SIP, and I know that you guys have had a chance to take a look at it, but what we found in our SIP last year, we really had two focus points. One was on social emotional learning with kids and trying to make students more aware of what the social emotional practices were that we were working on with them, so being more overt. We did a lot of work around empathy, reflection, resiliency, collaboration, and choices. And the structure that we studied, our effectiveness was what we called lesson study, and I had talked about that 2 years ago. We had implemented it 2 years ago, and so we continued that structure in cross-grade level, cross-content teams, where we really talked about these practices across those contents and thinking about what is instructing empathy or instructing kids on empathy. What does that look like in a choir class? What does that look like in a social studies class? How do we talk to sixth graders, and how do we work with our eighth graders? And then teachers would go back into their classrooms, teach lessons. They would film portions of their lesson and then come back and share that film so that we could really look at kids and say, how are they responding to what it is that we're talking to them about? Is this impacting them? Are we managing these conversations in the right ways? And that was really a pretty powerful conversation to have, and what it also did was build a whole bunch of trust among our staff members and built the capacity for where we're heading this year in our school improvement plan, and that was very exciting. But what also happened is we recognized that we have a lot of work to do with our kids around social emotion and with our own recognition of the power of our relationship with our students. And I think we always know that as middle school, relationship is like the most important thing. You can't really teach at the middle school unless you have relationship with your kids. And we worked on that a lot throughout the year, and yet when Erin reviews our data, you'll notice a pretty surprising data point, and one that we already have some more data from kids to say some of the things we're doing in our upcoming school improvement plan are already having an effect on them. So what we recognize is that no matter how much we were focusing on this, kids weren't seeing the translation of our work. So we've put some things in place this year to try and shift that. So that piece has taught us a lot of lessons in our work for this year. And then the second piece of our plan was really building capacity among our staff and thinking about the multitude of initiatives that we've been wrestling with, for some new and some years old. And what we recognize as an admin team is that although we've been dealing with them a lot of the time, or for a long time, they kind of lived with us. So it wasn't that our staff was against participating in conversations and trying things out, but they really weren't owning the initiatives. It felt like our work versus their work. And so we spent a lot of time last year in what we called learning focus teams, and we talked about the initiatives that were on the table for us, some of them, never every initiative, and then teachers really thought about where their interest level lay, and they chose a team, and throughout the year we studied things. So we studied RTI. So what is response to intervention? What does it mean at a middle school? How have other schools done it? If we're going to carry this out, what does that look like? We studied PBIS. We studied PLCs, which are professional learning communities, and how those are integrated into the RTI process or the PBIS process. We looked at safety. We looked at democratic classroom strategies. We looked at grading. And then each team presented to our staff with what our next steps should be. And really that is the basis of where we went this year in our school improvement work, and is super exciting because it came from our staff. It wasn't a directive from on high. It wasn't us saying this is what we think is the right thing. It was looking at our data, thinking about our kids, and learning together that really launched where we went this year. So that's kind of a 30,000-foot view of where we were last year. And then Erin's going to talk data.
Yeah, so just a couple data points, Fred, on that first page that we wanted to highlight. And some were where we are very happy with, some were a little bit puzzling for us and caused us to really think about our work for this year and how to make the needs of our students reflect what we are working on. The first data point we were really excited about was number one. Last year on the EES teacher survey, 72% of our teachers reported that we reflect upon instructional practice to inform conversations about how to get better. That data point went up 14%, up into the mid-80s, so we were very happy about that our teachers are realizing that in order to see kid growth, we need to see teacher growth, and the best way for them to grow is from each other. The second data point, that's the one that really puzzled us. As Mary Jo mentioned, we spent lots and lots of time on social emotional learning, and we are hoping to increase above 80% on the data point number two. In this school, there's at least one adult who knows and cares about me. That was at 80% last year, or 2 years ago, and then last year it was actually in the mid-70s. So that's really a puzzling data point to us, and that definitely informs some of the work that we're doing this year. And we already have data points we think that show that some of the changes we've made that we'll talk about in a minute have had good good indicators of progress in that data point. But that was puzzling to us. We did really have a focus on attendance last year. We all realized that in order for kids to learn, they need to be at school. If you look at data point number 4 on there, we always have hovered around 9% of kids who had missed more than 18 days of school, so 10% of school. We actually dropped that about 2%. So we had about 30 kids, that's in 2% of 1,100 is about 30 kids, 20 to 30. So we really focused on attendance, getting our kids to school. I will give great props to our counseling team, who really worked hard having those conversations with families, figuring out why are kids absent? Is it something that we can help support? Is there a reason they're absent? And so I really give a lot of credit to our counseling team. So we are very happy to be under 8% for the first time in a long time, since we've been recording it. About under 8% of kids that have been absent chronically is what we call it. The last one I want to point out is number 5. We did see a pretty good reduction in kids receiving D's or F's. I think there's multiple reasons for that. I think obviously kids coming to school more helped. I think some of our teachers through that grading learning focus team, I think thinking about their grading practices, are we actually grading what kids are know and able to do, or are we grading things like behaviors? Are we grading completion of assignments versus achievement on assignments? So I think that had something to do with it. So we saw a reduction there as well. And we're hoping to see a continued reduction in that data point this year as we have Gator Time, which we'll talk about in a minute. There's some other data points there that stayed pretty flat, but we're really pleased with the data other than the one about in the school there's there's one adult who knows and cares about me, but I'm very confident we're going to see a growth back up in that for this year. As both Mary Jo and I said, the information we received from going through this plan last year has really informed our school improvement plan for this year, which we're going to share with you now. So Mary Jo is going to start on that. We have 2 components really in our school improvement plan for this year. We have one about adult learning through professional learning communities, and then one through kids learning through Gator Time. And then we're going to spend a minute or 2 talking with you about our plans to incorporate more student voice into our program this year. Mary Jo.
We also kind of have a third subset that isn't on our school improvement plan, but that I wanted to call out because through our work with social emotional learning last year, we started to draw on a text called Culturally Responsive Teaching in the Brain, and it really talks about how a child's brain develops and the impact that the adults in the space can have on kids. And so this year we are actually reading this as a book study for our entire staff, so all of our classified and all of our paras. And that's kind of the underlayment of all of the learning that we're doing. So it's really exciting to be doing that together. So I just wanted to share that, even though it's not really on our school improvement plan. So last year I facilitated our professional learning community learning focus team, which is a long title, I know. And what we did is we really looked at the concepts of professional learning communities, because the term PLC is used a lot. It's really used for any time a group of adults come together. In education, we now call that a PLC, and that's not what a PLC is. The essence of a PLC is when you are going through a learning phase and you are looking at student data, and that student data is the piece that is informing what you try next. And so our team studied that. It's an emphasis on student learning, not on grading, and it took like 2 meetings for our team to say this is what we need. But in order to make it happen, we need to provide an opportunity for staff within the school day to meet on a consistent basis. And even though staff has plan periods, they're not common necessarily across contents. And so our team developed a proposal which we brought to our staff where we said we would like to prioritize time for adults to meet during the day. And in order to do that, we would also like to prioritize students having an opportunity to focus on their social emotional learning and relationship with teacher in a more specific and directed way. So Erin will talk about that half of it, which is we're calling Gator Time, and I'll continue with the PLC process. So our staff wrestled with this for a good 2 to 3 months. There's just a lot of change that was coming along, and learning it and change is hard. But ultimately, we voted almost 100% to say yes, this is the direction we want to go. We want to make a significant change to our schedule. We want to really try to huge new things this year, and so. One time a week this year, each content is released from Gator Time, which you'll hear more about. And during that 30 minutes, they are going through the PLC process, which is really about RTI, Response to Intervention Tier 1. It's really about a guaranteed and viable curriculum for all kids. So we are looking at standards. We're identifying what we're saying are the essentials. We are thinking about what those common assessments look like. When are we implementing them? Bringing back that data then together as a team, determining what next steps need to happen as a team, and using the team as a resource to implement those interventions or extensions based on what kids are telling us they need, and then repeating that process. And it takes an incredibly collaborative team in order to make that happen, and it takes thinking that working with my team is more valuable than working by myself in my classroom, and that is a shift. For teaching, it can be very isolating. You are alone in your room doing your thing with your kids, and instead we're really trying to say these are our kids. We are together as a group, and we are all solving the problem. So even if it's data in your room that is causing us concern, it's all of our issue. It's all of us trying to solve it together. So that really is our major goal for adult learning, is around those PLCs and maintaining those collaborative teams and supporting our teachers as they are going through this process of implementing RTI Tier 1 through the PLC process.
So as Mary Jo said, the PLC process happens once a week for content teams. So math teachers meet on Mondays, language arts and social studies on Tuesday, and so on. We don't have it on Wednesdays just because it's a short day already. But while the teachers are meeting, what the kids are doing is having 30 minutes a day where they can do what they need to do in order to become the best student they need to be. For some kids, that's working on homework. For some kids, it is organizing their binder, which we know in middle school can be a challenge for a lot of kids. For some kids, it's organizing the digital items they have on their iPad, their Schoology posts, or Schoology assignments, or Schoology folders. For some kids, it's preparing and planning for tests or long-term projects. And so we have a menu of options that kids choose from. Right now in the data, we have about a little over 70% of our kids use that time for homework completion. Which is what they feel they need. And what we realize more and more as we do this is we can control what happens during the school day. We can control that time. So by carving out that time, we can give kids just-in-time opportunities for them to work on their executive functioning skills, whatever that may look like. The Gator Time sessions are truly all hands on deck, meaning everybody is supporting this initiative. So between Gator Time's about
11:03 to 11:38.
Yeah, but from 11 to 11:30, roughly, everybody is supporting Gator Time. So every kid is in a Gator Time session. Every certificated staff that's not in a PLC at that day is supporting kids. So we as administrators, we have anywhere between 40 to 60 kids that come meet with us every day. We can check in with them individually, or we can let them just work. So it's really exciting. It's basically the start for us of Tier 1 intervention. So every kid is getting the same support. But by building this structure in place, we've already had teachers start to do some of those Tier 2 interventions. So if they've noticed that a kid needs extra support in math, they've been sending a pass to the Gator Time teacher saying, I want to see this kid in my Gator Time class because they need extra support on this task. Or today we had about 40 kids who needed to retake a test because the teacher felt they didn't meet the standard. And so it's an opportunity within the school day, not before school, not after school, not during lunch, where kids can go either get extra help, retake tests, check out a book from the library, whatever it needs to be done. So we're really trying to have it be student directed on what they're working on and what they need, because we can talk all day long about what's best for a kid, but ultimately it's what they need to do in order to become a better student. we really think there's going to be positive results. Weston, in a minute, will talk about some student data we've already collected that has shown that we're on the right track with that. But I think the excitement is not only in the now, but it's now we have a 30 minutes of time where we can figure out what is best for kids. How can we do a tier 2 intervention where we're getting that sort of more, not the tip of the iceberg, but that middle section of kids that need that additional support? How can we do that? And I will tell you, our staff has worked really hard on this. They have worked really hard. They've bought in. We had conversations. Every district directed Wednesday, we have conversations about how can we make this better. We have common expectations for Gator Time in terms of technology, in terms of what kids are working on. So I would say in my 15 years, in Mary Jo's 17 years.
He likes to point out I'm 2 years older.
In our time at IMS, it's probably been the most significant change that we've made. And change is hard, but I think it's been successful for kids. And so we're really excited to see how it progresses not only this year, but also throughout the future. Weston, do you want to give some of those data points that we got?
Hi, I'm Weston Lucas. So an element of both of these initiatives is also a desire to increase the opportunities for student voice in the work that's happening. And so some of the opportunities that we're implementing for our students to have an opportunity to speak, we're going to be having on our Parent Advisory Council, we're going to be having multiple grade level representatives from each grade participating in that. And that will include some organic work around trying to determine what is the direction of the Parent Advisory Council. So we're excited to have students alongside us in that work as we look at data to determine what is the work of that group. We've also implemented an admin leadership liaison, and that's me. And if you're wondering what that looks like, this week it looked like me with 43 middle school students and the advisors at the CISPAS Learning Center in Randall, sleeping on bunks and everything. It was very exciting. So that'll be a part of our Student Voice initiative. In addition, we were very anxiously awaiting the results of our student survey that we created around Gator Time. We really wanted to see, now that we're 2 months in, what's the feedback, how are students reacting to our Gator Time initiative? And we have some great data points to support the work. So 82% of our students, and we had almost 800 respondents as of today, 82% of our students reflected that Gator Time is a positive addition to their day. 82% of our students indicated that they have reduced the amount of work that they're taking home to work on, which I think is a great thing. 70% of our students reflected that they have fewer missing assignments than they've had in the past. So that homework time and that organization time is really helping. And this was a big one, and Erin and Mary Jo both referred to it. And as we kind of considered the question about, do students have an adult that they feel connected to, 85% of our students said that they have made a positive connection to their Gator Time teacher. So we're really optimistic based on that data point. And then as we look into the future, something that we wanted to share with you tonight is, as it relates to both student voice and social emotional learning, is the very beginning stages of work with the Best Start for Kids, the King County Best Start for Kids program, specifically a subset called the SBIRT Screener, which is a stands for school-based screening, brief intervention, and then referral to services, which is a mental health and substance abuse screening tool that we are in the early stages of exploring through our partnership with Youth and Family Services, what that might look like at Islander Middle School, and we're very excited about that opportunity.
I just want to add 2 more points about Gator Time that I failed to mention. I mentioned before that it was all hands on deck in terms of this intervention, and that allows us to have every teacher to have about 20 students in their Gator Time. So to be able to make those class sizes or those Gator Time sessions lower, which helps support those relationships with students as well. And I think the plan is for so Gator Times right now are cross-graded. There's 6th, 7th, and 8th grade in there. And the plan will be that a student, as they go through IMS, continues with that same adult advisor. So that continues to form that positive relationship. And we don't need to spend a couple months getting to know the kids when we can already have a leg up and know them from the year before. So we're really excited about that and think those positive connections that dropped in our data are really going to increase.
Well, and lastly, around Gator Time, obviously we're really excited about this, but what we're seeing it allowing us to do is also build culture in our schools. So not only build connections, but we're teaching kids what our expectation is at Islander through this period of time and reinforcing positive work that our kids are doing through this time. So we just think I think it's pretty cool, and we're looking forward to how it works itself out in years to come. So.
Comments and questions?
I think I also read that you may use that Gator time to, and by the way, thank you. I think this is fabulous. And it sounds a little bit like how Bridges evolved as well. So I'm looking forward to hearing about how Bridges has changed to Islander time. But I think that you're also using some of that time to do some of the common things, like, I don't know if announcements is in that time, but also like when there's a across-the-board survey or some other lesson that needs to happen that's kind of a one-off instead of taking it from fourth period or wherever you used to take it, that it's happening in Gator time. Can you quantify that as maybe a percentage of the time? Does that happen 10% of the time, once a week, once every 2 weeks, or what?
So the first probably 2 weeks of Gator time was pretty prescriptive, meaning we gave to teachers, here's what we want you to work with your kids on. And that's where all those things about expectations went, what culture things in our school, how we expect things to be done. So the first 2 weeks was pretty programmed, not a lot of choice. And that corresponds with kids, the work starting to trickle in slowly for what they need to do. Since then, it's been very rarely that we have taken that time. I know we took it today, as Weston talked about the survey. Kids spend about 10 to 15 minutes of their time. I don't imagine it happening more than once every 3 or 4 weeks. We do have, and you're exactly right, Tracy, is that we used to take things out of the core content and take time out of that to do these things. So this provides a perfect vehicle. So our web leaders, rather than being pulled out of first period for a web meeting, now have their web meetings during Gator time. And so I would guess when we get to high school registration, middle school registration, those will be done in Gator time. So we're saving time from contents to do that. But I can't imagine, maybe once a month, maybe a little bit more frequent than once a month.
And then did the school day lengthen at all, or you took like 5 minutes from each period or something?
Yeah, we took 5 minutes from each period. We also cut passing time by a minute in order to carve some more time, which, one of the data points on there is tardies, which I think is a data point that we have started to collect more and actually went up last year. As we all know, once you start monitoring things more, sometimes it jumps. But that'll be an interesting data point for us. So yeah, 5 minutes for each period to make 30 minutes, and then we're able to take 1 minute off the passings. Yeah.
And then how are you, you said all hands on deck, so are classified members running some of those, or are they supporting within?
Do you want to take that, Mary?
Sure. Classified are all supporting. So we have they bounce between different Gator times in order to add a second pair of hands. On 1 day a week, in some Gator times, when the teacher gets pulled, they supervise, but they're not facilitating overall. It's a one-time supervision.
So when the teachers that are in their like PLCs with other maybe math teachers,
yeah.
So those teachers go out, and so somebody's filling in for them. It's not like you have some complicated rotating schedule.
Oh, we have a complicated rotating schedule, and some people are filling in. Okay. So there's all kinds of details, and Aaron always gets mad at me because I go too far into them. But some teachers split. So we have 20, pretty much on average 20 kids. So like for me, I might send 10 of mine the day I leave to Weston and 10 of mine to Aaron. That's one option. Another option is that I have a para who's working with me all the days, and so when I leave, the para continues to facilitate, and sometimes another para comes in to support that. And then the other option is my whole group goes either to the library with our counselors or to the lunchroom with our administrators. So we're always what we call secondary. So primary is the teacher with their 20 kids. That's what we call our primary Gator time. On secondary days, when the teacher is in the PLC, that's when these changes happen. So for kids, that's 1 time a week, and then 3 times a week they're in their space with their teacher.
Thank you for that. I like a little bit of weeds.
good.
I did have another question. Sorry if I'm monopolizing this. But in the document under, if you scroll down under alignment, it looked like something got cut off under mission a little bit further down at the bottom of that box. Because it sort of trails off Tier 1 intervention that supports all learners.
And work
all students.
collaboratively, yeah. I don't know.
And what was the last part there?
Creatively and work collaboratively,
And work
it says.
collaboratively.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm
great.
sorry, I don't know how that happened.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I yield my time.
Other questions or comments?
I don't know how you guys do this every day with those giant personalities and attitudes. And then
Are you talking about adults or kids?
yeah, exactly. And then, yeah, I guess the adults that choose to work with those kids. You know, I've got to say this is, well, I know a lot of the kids are, you know, likely focusing on the extra time for homework or the set aside, which is huge for their anxiety and emotional well-being, and they're really busy. And for us parents who don't then have to be the ones to try and get them to do it at home, really kind of fosters that peace at home. The addition, what I love, and hopefully the kids will get there too if they're not all getting there. I know one who isn't. Is the fact that you're taking the executive functioning skills that many of our kids don't have naturally and putting that in Tier 1, so that all of our kids can have that same, you know, basic level of how do you actually get things done in this world, which, you know, I mean, it's going to put them such a leg up by the time they get to high school and are really scrambling with their schedules, and then to start to learn that now, it's phenomenal. So, I mean, the creativity that you guys have shown in creating this time, and then I just can't wait to see how this is going to look in the future and how it's going to impact the students. So thank you.
Thanks.
Out of curiosity, do you still do the X-Core program? So that's retired, I guess.
Yeah. So the change and the movement of executive functioning to Tier 1, so every kid gets it, allows us a couple big changes were made. One was that we eliminated X-Core in 6th grade, so kids were able to have their music class every day versus on an every other day basis. In addition, kids got more opportunity to explore some enrichment opportunities. And also we were able to eliminate about 9 or 10 trimester classes of study hall, which allows kids to focus on other electives and areas of interest. Our PE numbers increased, our art numbers increased, drama increased. So by providing that as a Tier 1 support for everyone, they didn't have to pick a study hall to get that work done over an area they might want to try to show some interest in.
Thank you. That's great. Sounds like it's working really well.
Thank you for all the work you do for kids. Just a couple questions. Bridges, I think, was multi-grade, and did I see that now Islander Hour is now going to more grade level? Gator Time's doing multi-grade. It'd be interesting to kind of understand the permutations, the lessons learned, et cetera, how they can kind of help inform. I'm assuming you've shared that information, so yeah. And then, let's see, the 84 to 72%, but plus or minus 8% error or something like that. Just wondering if you can tease out any, I don't know if the survey allows you to tease out, is that impacting the 6th graders, the 8th graders, or any particular demographics, just if, you know, who's feeling, I don't know if you can tease that.
I don't have that information. I'm not sure if we can break down that data anymore from EES survey by grade.
The students, I have to think about how they are now collecting it versus from before.
We just have student.
Yeah.
Let me look into that.
Okay.
But just, you know, kudos to you that the middle school's great. And, you know, when I used to do the, what do you call that, curriculum night. It's just wonderful. And it's such a large middle school, too. What's the enrollment about?
11.
Yeah, that's huge. It's a huge middle school. So thank you.
Building on what Vice President Lurie was saying, and you kind of spoke to it already, but I was curious when you talked about executive function and the two areas of executive function. One is how you manage self, and the other is how you engage in your environment. So I'm wondering, A, you kind of touched on this, how students are valuing this time and how they're equating this to how they function in society and being prepared and preparing these things and taking the time to really think about that. Can you speak to that?
Well, we are definitely not at nirvana yet. It's the kids are loving the time for them. They're not so much loving the time when we ask them to connect and engage with their peers and build community or even have fun for that matter. They're like, I have stuff to do, don't bug me, lady. And it was funny, I was checking in with a kid and I said, how's it going? Are you enjoying Gator Time? Yes, I would like it better if I could eat. So they're just kind of self-focused. So we are trying to think about how we can build strategies in the future and routines, because middle schoolers they appreciate a good routine. A couple of teachers have done a really good job of saying on Mondays for 15 minutes, we're going to check in together. We're going to start the week. This is what we do. And then you can have the last 15 minutes. And on Fridays, we are going to build community. So the Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday are your time. And then the kids can count on that. I think what's hard and what we're thinking through is how to communicate to kids when we're taking the time versus when they get it. Because they really are planning to use the time. So when they don't have it, they feel bamboozled. They're like, wait a minute, you pulled the rug out from under me. And I was counting on this. So we really have to come up with a good communication system for them so that they can project out, which is part of the executive functioning and part of the existing in the real world and all of that stuff. So we all have to get better at it. And to be honest, there was a lot of adult fear at the beginning. Are these going to be my kids? It's not a graded course. Are they going to riot? Kind of ridiculous, but there was fear. And now there's just excitement. Our staff is really excited about the reaction they're seeing from kids and the possibilities they are imagining for this time and for our students. So I think we'll get there. We are not there yet.
Growth mindset.
Yet.
All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Any other questions or comments?
I'll go off script here, and you can say pass if you want or think about it next year. Is there anything that you'd want to ask the board or the community to help you do this work? Yeah. This work or any other type, all the other work you're doing?
I think specifically with the work of Gator Time and PLCs, I think we're trying to figure out ways to get community parents, community members involved. We've had some parents reach out to us. We know that middle school sometimes is a hard place to volunteer in. Students are saying stay away, and parents are saying I still want that connection from that I used to have as a room parent or things like that. So we have had some parents reach out to us. Hey, do you need help? Can I come in and supervise? Can I come in and watch? And there's some issues with that, but also it might be a way to get more community participation in and still lower those group numbers or have them be a second set of eyes and ears and help individual kids. So we're really looking into that of how we can make this not only our kids at our school, but our kids as community members, because we are a big part of the community, and how can we tie those connections in? So that's what comes up to my brain right now.
Okay. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate
Actually, I do just have one thing, and it was highlighted for you by the IMS team. You'll note the highlights for the values, vision, and mission statements.
And I'm sorry, I did mean to say that. It was funny when we were drawing the connections. It's like it just is like the students are clearly the priority in our work this year, and Donna has done a really good job of modeling for us how the value of asking kids their perspective and getting their opinions in the room. And I said to her once, it seems so duh, we're here working with kids, but we talk a lot about them instead of a lot to them. And so we appreciate that emphasis, and Weston's helping a lot, especially in his liaison position, but across the board in getting that to happen as well.
Okay. Moving on to Mercer Island High School.
Well, good evening. I'm Vicki Puckett, and I'm at Mercer Island High School. And I want to introduce Jenny Foster, who's one of our associate principals. Jenny and I are going to do similar to what IMS did. We're going to split up our reflection, and she's going to take one goal, and I'm going to take the other. And then we're going to move into our school improvement plan, and she's going to take one of the goals, and I'm going to take the other. And we're going to kind of just jump in. We have a few samples that we also want to share with you, too. So we'll start with Jenny on the reflection.
Good evening, thank you. So with one of the reflections that we had, it really came down to looking at the EES survey around inclusion, diversity, especially through our teaching practices, and then also we had how the school addresses diversity and in a timely and effective manner. But then
This is Fundamental 7.
Yes, sorry, Fundamental 7. And then definitely we wanted to note what was student voice saying as far as celebrating differences and really embracing not just diversity but the equity and inclusion piece. And one of the things that we noticed most was that students actually stepped up this year, regardless to what this data shows. The last one where we actually went down 1 percentage point, where the students have activities to celebrate student differences. What we found out was that more than half of the activities and events and community celebrations that we had were driven and initiated by students. So student voice in that case was really important. One thing that we wanted to celebrate was also that our teachers joined in and said, we want to be part of this work as well. And so it wasn't a top-down at all. In fact, we noticed more organic events kind of happening from inspiration that people were bringing to the table. And just a couple of examples were that the grandson of Cesar Chavez, one of the most important leaders, especially in the farm workers world of the Latino community. He was invited by students and a Spanish teacher to come and speak to two different lunches to talk about the documentary that he was able to capture about his grandfather. Another one that we absolutely fell in love with was the notion that we are a community at the high school where student voice matters, and then knowing that through Christian Page's work, he's a dynamic young man who came and spoke to our 9th and 10th graders, but then taking that one step further and having students talk about when they feel with the social emotional pressures and whatnot, how does that feel in the classroom? So those were just a couple of examples that we were really proud of. And then as an associate principal and being part of Margins, which is our social justice group, I can't say enough good things about that, because one of the things that we saw that happened is when they came back for their showcase, and the task that they were charged with is that they had to create a project, a sustainable project. And one of our young men at our high school has now created snail pals. And out of that, we had 60 students at the very beginning of the school, upperclassmen primarily, saying that we want to partner and be supports for incoming freshmen. And then we had this, all of a sudden, this explosion of kids saying, I just want to have somebody to sit with at lunch. And then to see that come and be grown from our students, there was nothing more exciting than that. So those were just some highlights from that. The other thing that we were very proud about is listening to the teachers and the students for teaching strategies that are effective for talking about diversity and equity in our classrooms. and leaning into the discomfort, because it's never easy to try to lead a lesson through a culturally responsive lens. But we had trainings and PLC work. We had PD, professional development, that was directed around that. One of the highlights too was we had a group of students from the Asian ethnicity group, in the sense that they were trying to talk about stereotypes and what does that look like and feel like for a student who is of Asian background and descent, right? And so we talked about, stereotypes and how to debunk those. And then we also talked about the silent learner in our classrooms, because oftentimes if a kid's not raising their hand, how do we measure that? How do we reach and know that they have equally just as much to contribute to demonstrating their knowledge without having to be the most vocal? So those were some of the things that we noticed that went up in our percentages there.
I think there's only one other example that was a really vivid example that you heard a lot about last year, was when we had the issue that happened in the park with the Hitler swastika, the anti-Semitism event. Out of that grew a bigger understanding, and our students put together a unity assembly, which also kicked off this year's, which we're going through right now, Unity Week. And that was all student initiated. And for the first time that I've seen in my career is to see students actually take a stand and say, when you say this to me or say this about me, this is what it really means to me and how it really hurts. And you could hear a pin drop in the assembly, and I think that was a perfect example of taking the work we've been working with them on and putting it into action. And while it was a negative situation, I felt like in the end the kids really took full advantage of their learning and putting it into good use, and it has started us off on a great start this year. One thing I did want to note on the EES survey, the puzzling piece about the survey under that diversity piece is that there is the one question that we keep asking over and over again is the school has activities to celebrate student differences. We've been really puzzled about that and the way that question is asked. And when we ask the students about it, they say, well, it's asking if we celebrate. It doesn't ask that we're talking about it. So it's something that Fred and I have had some discussions about, and Jamie and I have had discussions about previously, then trying to figure out how we can maybe look at a different measurement, because that obviously we're missing the mark in terms of what we mean, the way it's being said. Because when they pointed that out and said, oh, I kind of get it now. What you mean by that is you're asking us whether we celebrate as opposed to the other. Moving on to the Moving on to the second reflection. Gosh, I don't know what is going on in my head, but anyways. Okay, moving on to the second reflection. It has to do with our Fundamentals 3. And many of you may be aware that we have been doing an in-depth look at our high school attendance. When you look at the overall attendance for the entire school district, the high school comes in very last. And you can probably guess which group in the high school comes in dead last. And it is our seniors. And so we are looking at, okay, what are we going to do to improve that? Because we know by having you in class as a student, that really makes a difference, and that we really miss you when you're not in class. So we began to look at our attendance really in depth and looking at using the homeroom data that we have available to us, and our new truancy person that works primarily with high school students, but he has had some students from other ages. And we are looking at what interventions do we do at 3 absences, unexcused absences? What do we do at 5, and what do we do at 7 absences? And we started having some more in-depth conversations with students and about their absences and how important it is to be in class and why we really want them in class and how it's going to cut down on their stress by being in class. And so Some of the interventions included home visits. Some of the interventions included just sit-down conversations with the student. Some interventions, when they got to be more serious, we had parents more directly involved in the conversation of getting students in and helping us get them into school. And if the last page of data that we have, this is a little bit of a snapshot of what we took from last year, and the top row is number of unexcused absences, so that means 11 or more 11 unexcused absences, and you'll see going down that column. In 17-18, we had 10 students at that time, and this was as of April of 2019. And then in 2018-19, we reduced down to 9, meaning we got better by 1. And then if you keep going all the way down the columns, yes, we did have some students that were 50-plus absences, unexcused. And so we, again, you can see the interventions. We took much more serious, some more severe interventions. We had 10 that were in that situation, and we got us down to only having 3 that were in that situation. So I won't read you all the data, but you can kind of see some of the spots where we really made some progress with that. And some of it was food that helped get them to school and reinforcing it. But I think moreover, it was building that relationship and having a different look. So instead of scolding them for being out and assigning Saturday schools and all the other things that we do, we really had to have a serious conversation of what's causing the attendance, what's causing you to not want to come to school. Sometimes it was a class. It was a particular class. Sometimes it was there's a lot going on at home. So some of the ones that are in the 50, there was a lot going on outside of school. And not necessarily, I think our parents that we had involved in some of these conversations were really, really helpful because they wanted the same for their children as we did. And so we continue to work on that this year, and we're going to share a little bit more about what we're doing this year to continue. I did want to point out also in the data where you see the WARNS down below there, thank you, Fred, where it says WARNS, W-A-R-N-S. That stands for the Washington Assessment of Risk and Needs of Students. We took that out of OSPI, and we've been using the risk indicators out of the WARNS system, and that's what we're using to kind of assess the interventions that we need to do with students in Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 of our interventions to get them in school. Okay, so we want to move now next into the what we're doing this year as a result of last year and kind of finishing into going into this year. And so, Jenny, do you want to start us off?
So for goal number 1, what was really interesting is that we had 3 different surveys and with intentionality around the social-emotional growth of our students, and then also what's causing the stress and anxiety, especially at the high school. One of the things that we found from Dr. Luthar's work and EES and then the Healthy Youth Survey is the lack of connection that some of our students feel with a trusted adult at the high school. So we are hyper-focusing on how do we create that. And so we're gonna shoot for the moon of have 100% of our students go ahead, thank you, Vicki, that can identify with a trusted adult who will advocate for them. And one of the ways that we're looking at is through Islander Hour. Now it's been renamed, and it's by grade level, and that's with intention because we have so many things that are coming. Sometimes it's surveys, sometimes it's a senior class meeting. So again, in order to capture and make best use of our time, we're going to have them by grade level. But this little paper that Vicki just passed out, this is one of our major goals is that we want 100% of our staff to give 100% of our students at least one of these
this year.
For this year, just this comment card, right? And this was student driven and student created.
ASB project last year.
Yeah.
Students created this particular form, and you can see the little words that they came up with all the way around the form. to describe what they mean by caring for one another.
So I just filled out, and I know I'm not supposed to take a lot of time, but I just literally filled one out yesterday for a young man. It was my day for lunch duty, and so at the very end, one of the things that is a challenge sometimes with high schoolers, like, okay, people, time to clean up. And so, you know, there was this one table was just kind of left of a mess, and this young man came over, and he just started helping without even asking. I'm like, oh my goodness. So I went back and I thanked him, and so I filled this out, and I said to recognize this young man, and I said, in honoring of amazingness. And then I just said, thank you for helping clean up a table. And then I followed it up with a phone call home, and I just left the mama just a voicemail and said, I need you to know what an amazing son you've just raised. So it's those little connections that we're hoping that we as adults in this amazing school that we get to work at, that we are going to be able to start to close some of those just levels of anxiety and just reduce those and start to make connections, because we know that connections, a lot like the middle school, you know, we know that's everything. So one of the other things that we're going to be doing then is really looking at least the one trusted adult in the room. And that's also going to happen not just through Island Hour, but it's going to happen through our counselors, classrooms. We're also going to be putting up posters of driven by our counselors and our Mercer Island Youth and Family Services counselors to talk about suicide prevention. Where can students even access, where students are, you know, able to access if they need help. And so just having an extra visual in the classroom to provide services, I think, is a really positive. Another thing that we're going to be doing is looking at our Tier 2 struggling learners, because we know that Tier 1, just like middle school, if we can get 100% of our staff working together on those Tier 1s, then we can start to hone down and really hyper-focus on our Tier 2 and then ultimately Tier 3. But again, that starts with connections and taking time. And it's not just overnight, but it's something every single day, every adult is pressing and just checking in with kids and trying to make a connection.
From the staff side, a couple things that we want to note is we are working together on professional development around social emotional and intelligence, and also just the capacity of which students can handle the things you're throwing at them every day. But one of the things that we are looking at is our ninth grade teachers came up with what they call Islander Way. And basically what it is just some simple things that are going to make you well prepared for learning, and to respect the student learners in your classroom that are your peers in how you can help make their learning better too. And so one of the things that we're doing is this came out through our ninth grade teachers who got together, grassroots efforts. And now what we're doing is we are beginning to look at the rest of the high school and how can we be more cohesive together. And it was really cool. Mary Jo and I had a conversation today with our little committee that she and I are both on in our district, and we were actually having a conversation about maybe we need to have a more comprehensive conversation that could be secondary Islander Way, and that way the things that they're doing with their students are going to somehow connect with what they're doing when they come up to the high school. And so we thought about maybe having a deeper conversation that might be grades 6-12 in that conversation. So more to come later on that, but I just wanted to show an example of grassroots efforts that are going on with our teachers. This, again, was not borne by the administrators. It was the teachers that felt the need to maybe put a little more structure around how they could help learners coming in to be ready to learn. And then, Jenny, do you want to explain this one really quickly?
Into our PBIS work that's coming. So another idea, and talking about getting ready to learn, and I'm sure middle school will concur, but at the high school we have a technology challenge at times, especially with phones and sometimes with iPads and laptops. So one of the things that we're looking at through our PBIS work, can you hold that for me, is this is a mock-up of what we're going to be discussing as a staff. Would these be a benefit? And when we look at having consistency from classroom to classroom, this is just one example of the many for PBIS in particular that we're looking at. And so ultimately, for example, for phones, the teacher could have a clothespin here. If phones are not necessary during that time, and so they would put it right there. And we have been talking about stoplights through a lot of our professional development anyway, but using this also to continue with that. Now, if it was appropriate for the students to use the phone, then they would put it down there. But really what we're looking for is that consistency from classroom to classroom. And then that would also help with the social emotional beings of our students, and hopefully reducing the stress and anxiety, because they will know what the expectation is from class to class.
The other thing, mentioning Islander Way, so we moved away from Bridges. Bridges was a multi-age class, and it was offered once a week on Wednesdays for our late start Wednesdays, and there was a lot of conversation that occurred from our parents, from our students, and from our staff, and we felt like we needed to make some changes in Bridges because of some of the negative feelings people had about it. And so we had a big committee last year that we convened that made some strong recommendations for changes, and so we are implementing those changes. So we're new at this in Islander Way. So once a week, we still have the once a week Islander Way, but the students felt stronger, and some of the teachers did too, about wanting to see more grade level Bridges as Islander Way, because the kids reformed
Renamed
it.
yeah.
The marketing classes got together and said, get rid of Bridges and come up with a new name, because it's a bad connotation. So they came up with Islander Way, and so the students came up with that title. But what we're trying to do is regroup again with Islander Way, and we still are doing some of the things like the middle school's doing. We tend to have 3 weeks of more intense, this is the lessons, and they're around diversity and equity, they're around our SIP goal on social emotional. They're also, we've got testing, we've got surveys, we've got required training that we have to do. And then we have one time a month that's advisory. It's very similar to what was mentioned with the middle school. Students get to go visit different teachers to make up things. We're still putting some structure around that because we often find our students going elsewhere instead of where they're supposed to be going. So
But
we're
it
working
is
on
kind
that.
of one of the things that we've already did differently is the first 15 minutes of every advisory, that's a check and connect. And those are those times where the teacher is developing relationships with their students. So, and then after that 15 minutes, then they would be released to be able to go get extra help in a classroom or take a quiz or something like that. But that's new for us.
So we've arranged for our teachers to be able to see the Islander Way teachers that have their students. Now they can see the students' grades across their classes through Skyward. They have now permission to do that. And they're able to pull a student side by side and have one-on-one meetings with them very quietly so that they can connect with them. That is also the way that we're trying to reach this goal, is to every Islander Way teacher needs to make sure every student in their Islander group, I'm sorry, not Islander Way, but Islander class needs to make sure that they have one of these that they're given. And I've already done 10 this year. So even, we're not saying one is where we're going to stop. We're saying at least every student gets to have an opportunity to be noticed for something really cool that they've done. Second goal that this one's a big lofty one, but I think it's a start. One of the things that came out in our surveys was homework. Homework seems to come up frequently a lot. And as we talked with students after the surveys, we had some bigger conversations with some of our different leadership groups about homework. And we were trying to figure out, what's your biggest stressors, and so we started thinking, what are some things that we have control over? And so homework is one of them. It's causing a bigger conversation with our staff about the value of homework, about what should we assign, why should we assign it, do we tell the kids why, do we really explain to them, and do they really understand why? And then the administrators, we are looking for good examples of homework to be able to highlight that. So this year, on goal number 2, one way that we want to reduce stress and anxiety, that's our big goal, the whole child goal. And so we have asked for our staff at 100% to not assign homework on Thanksgiving break. So I want to hear if anybody did, for those of you that have kids at the high school. And we are saying for winter break, midwinter break, and spring. And one of the things we're saying is kids need a brain break, just like you as a staff member needs a brain break. And we want to value the time that families have. That's their time with their kids. In fact, it was interesting. There's one parent in this audience who I talked to, who I will remain nameless, but you know who it is because she's sitting right over there, shared something that was really helpful for me. And she said, quite frankly, I kind of would get a little bit irritated that was my time with my kids, and then the school's assigning a bunch of homework to them during a time when I want them focused on family. And family is really important to that particular parent. And so it really caused me to even share that example with other people. And so we are going to give our kids brain breaks, and we're going to see what happens. Jenny's already put together the draft survey that we're going to do after each of these breaks to see what progress we're making, whether it made a difference for our kids. Right now, knock on wood, we went around and talked with each department, and we have all of our departments committed, with the exception of one department who asked for a middle ground, and the middle ground was, can we assign some light reading? And you can guess which department that is. And they said, if it's just light reading and it's not anything else, is that okay? And so I said, okay, we're going to meet you middle ground. So we're shooting for 100%. We'll see what happens. But I think I feel really confident about it, and we've got our staff in a different place. I didn't think we could get there, but I think we've got a good start. We hope to also dig deeper about the whole homework issue in general, and what we're assigning and how long we're assigning stuff
And
to
what is
kids.
the purpose of homework?
Yeah. So it's causing some deeper conversations that will continue. So those are our 2 goals for this year, and some questions you might have.
Thank you. I think those are some great points to hit on. I really like this format that you chose to show your goals too, with the graphic organizer.
Oh, that was thank you to central office.
Yeah.
They-
Thanks, Fred. And Jenny, or Jamie.
And then having some physical examples for us as well is great. I don't really, let me see if I had any questions on here. There was one on the trusted adult one, so is that the first goal one? At the bottom, in the center, administrators consult with counselors, students, and parents about identical Tier 2 struggling students.
Oh.
What does that mean?
Not identical, sorry. That should be
Identified.
identified,
Yeah.
tier 2.
2.
Sorry,
Okay, that
misspelling.
makes more sense.
I will fix
Whoops.
that.
Okay.
So what we're trying to do there is we have what we call our BGTs, our building guidance team, and we're identifying students. We're using the Warren system to be able to figure out the criteria of which we're identifying students, and then we're sitting and working with our families and our students that are in that particular category.
And so some of that was in your reflection too about
Right.
ninth graders that are, whether they're failing classes
Yeah.
and that sort of thing.
Because we know that 9th grade, if there's 1 F, 2 Fs, I mean, that's
That's too bad.
significant. And when we look at on-time graduation rates, that's a targeted population that puts themselves more at risk. And we definitely want to make sure that we have got kids identified and with the proper supports in place for them to be successful.
There are a few of the students in that group that have to have regular check-ins with their assigned principal as well. And it's actually a very positive
just had one
experience.
today.
I was going to say, I saw the one bouncing out of her office at Happy Camper, and you were also speaking another language to her.
Yeah.
So it was great to see that connection as well.
I just was reminded too when you said at risk, I saw something or heard something about a new term instead of calling kids at risk is at opportunity. It's kind of a more
Yeah.
positive spin on
Yeah,
that.
it
That
is.
there's
Absolutely.
opportunities to help them. So I thought that was really
It's a good point.
great point. Thanks.
I was at the PAC where you introduced this, and I thought this was great. I do also share the concerns that some other parents, I believe, raised, was as we think about changing what high school is like, what does this mean as kids get into college? Does that mean that college now becomes kind of a higher lift with expectations around homework being done over the holidays, or finals, a set of final tests that come after Thanksgiving break? What is that going to mean for the kids when they go to college?
So I think there's two parts to that I'd like to respond to. We're seeing more suicide attempts, and we are really, really lucky not to have lost a child. We are so lucky. And what we're concerned about is if we've got kids that are really falling apart emotionally, then we're not even going to get them to college in that first step. And I think that's the part I am getting more and more concerned about as the principal at the high school, about the severity of the social emotional trauma that kids have going on in their lives and the pressure that they're feeling to be successful. So that's one issue is, so we've got to have them socially, emotionally ready to be able to tackle college. And if they're falling apart in high school over what we're assigning them, we're not going to even get close to getting them there and keeping them in college. The second is the homework, the projects, kids go home during the breaks at college. If you think about it, a quarter ends and they go home, and that's their break. And so oftentimes they are getting a break in college because what's happening is they go home for spring break. There's no homework assigned because the quarter is over with. And so when I was thinking and reflecting on that, I brought this up at our parent advisory. We must have had about 40 parents in the room, I would say roughly. And someone brought that up as if you're not training them that they have to do all this homework, and are they going to make it in college? And so I guess I'm going to beg to differ on that, is that to me, if I don't have them emotionally ready to tackle it, and I have kids dropping out like flies because they can't tackle college because they're so stressed out, then I'm not even going to get them started. And that to me is more important. And we are so lucky to have not lost a kid here yet.
Here's my challenge. I do appreciate what you're trying to do. I do wonder though that if we don't ever face adversity, do we run into trouble? So when in high school we've got counselors, we've got trusted adults, we've got family around kids. That's almost the best time to face adversity kind of head on, and to be steeled and prepared and understand that you can get through adversity, and when you get over on the other side, much of what you were fretting about and worried about really didn't matter. And there's a lot of support at the high school level and at the family level. Now, if you end up going to college and you're alone and you're missing your family and you don't have the same level of support, you don't have the same level of counselors, and now you hit adversity, it seems like you're at greater risk. And my biggest concern has been in our school systems is not that kids fail, it's that we don't teach them how to survive failure and how to plow on through and understand that whether it be I got an F on my test, how do I do better next time, or I didn't get into the college I thought I was going to get into, life is going to be okay. And learning that seems to be a big issue. I was in college. I did have a roommate next door who succeeded in everything he did till he got to college. And that did not end well after that. So it was really a case of a situation of someone having never failed, never recovered from it. And my biggest concern kind of with what we're doing is we're not teaching kids how to survive adversity.
I would not disagree with you, David. I'm going to go out on a limb. Sometimes what happens is we overhelp them, and we don't let our kids face it and work through it. And we tend to protect them. Parents do it, teachers do it, administrators do it. We all do it to them, and we don't always help them to learn the grit that they need to get through it. Because what we want to do is jump in and save them. We want to jump in and we want to fix it for them. And the student never has to sit through a difficult conference because the parent will say, "I don't want my kid at the conference." And I'm starting to say, "Oh no, we don't meet with you without your child. Your child needs to be a part of the center of this discussion. Your child can help us figure out what works best for that student." And so there's pieces there that we've got to do as a community together to help that. I guess I'm still going to take a strong stand about the fact that I'm very, very, very worried about our students and what they're talking about on a regular basis. And there is so much research that we've been reading lately, particularly about schools that are our particular clientele, and the suicide rates being high, the shootings, those kinds of things. And I just pray every day that our students are safe when they come to school, both emotionally and physically, and that we as a staff are taking care of our students and making sure that we help them find that balance. So I totally can hear what you're saying there.
Let me, if I can, chime in just a second. Appreciate that conversation. I think there was an assumption that there's a support at home if we challenge students with adversity. And I think that's a big assumption here, that it's not necessarily. I don't think we can assume that. All homes are different. And so the idea of creating adversity to strengthen them, that assumes they've got the supports all around them. And I won't want to make that assumption because there's a lot of differences on the island. And to build on that, there are some over-the-top parents right now with some over-the-top expectations on some wonderful kids that don't necessarily have to peak at high school with their lifelong learning. So there you go. Thank you for the report. I appreciate that you and others are going to look at that one EES survey question. I've brought this up before, and I was just looking at, I think there was an article in the paper, excuse me for a second. Is math racist by the Seattle School District? And, statistics can be, especially when we're talking about minority groups, when you're sampling the entire population. So to the extent that you look at that, to the extent other people can look at other ways to truly find out if we're truly celebrating recognizing all the different diversities, and that we're not diluting it down with majority population. Because if you have 90% majority and you get a 90% poll rate, that often sounds good, but not if you've got that 10% minority group that's saying, I don't see it. So you did that.
Totally agree.
Thank you. Appreciate those comments. Speaking of survey questions, I noticed on goal number 2 about homework that I think it's a difficult question. The amount of schoolwork I have affects my physical health and well-being. How do you answer that if it's affecting it positively versus negatively, or if you perceive that it's not affecting it at all? There's so many nuances to those answers, and so what my concern is that if students feel that their homework load becomes more reasonable in their perception, how is that going to really change their answer?
I think it's through balance, and I see it at the lunchroom. I see it in the hallways. Kids are just mad, like trying to get stuff done just to get it done. And when we look at how do we try to create some balance for our students, and if this is one area, just because we're curious, if we were to ask our students to be more present at home and be with family and celebrate our cultural celebrations and stuff, where really we want them to say, okay, we're going to take a break from that, because what we're seeing at school right now is that kids are just madly.
I totally understand that. My point is that if they're overstressed and they see that question, they're going to say, yes, it affects my health and well-being.
Yeah.
And then if things change and it gets better, then the question comes up the next year and it says the amount of schoolwork I have affects my physical health and well-being. And they're going to say, yes, it does. Now I'm feeling better.
So one of the things,
So they're giving the same answer even though things have changed for the better.
Good point you're making, but one of the things we are doing is we've created, the draft questions I mentioned earlier, draft surveys, and those are looking at it more in depth and not
So that's
specifically.
the Islander way
So what we're doing is we're looking at like some of the sample questions. I'll just use one example for sake of time, is that we're asking students, so by not having homework over Thanksgiving break, did this help you spend more time with your family?
Did it
quality
reduce?
time? Did it reduce your stress by not having it?
Right.
And then we're also asking a survey to the teachers, because they're worried about being more stressed as teachers coming back and, oh my God, we're only going to have so much time to get this curriculum across. And so we're trying to talk to them about the whole child. We're trying to talk to them about what that looks like being the whole child.
And then are they going to just cram it?
And are you going to, what are you going to do in the curriculum to make it more balanced? So.
Yeah, so I'm
I
just
hope that answers the
concerned
question about the survey.
How that, the way the goal is written, that I think it's going to be hard to tease out. I think the other survey questions that you have are really going to be the telling questions and answers as to how
and we
you're
will
achieving that
Yeah,
goal.
That is one of the reasons why we are doing that, and we're doing that for each break. So we'll have 4 data points.
I love what you chose to look at this year. I've wondered for years about and concerned about the lack of students identifying with trusted adults, and to go to this, however many peer friends you might have, to go to this place and not feel like there's someone who cares that you're there or not to see those numbers, it's hard to see. And so thank you for looking at that and both groups finding creative ways to at least reduce that, and I think in a large part it's actually giving students a chance to identify, oh, there really is this adult here who cares about me. And I think also, I like that you're picking the homework just as an example of ways to reduce the stress. And I think that, I don't necessarily agree with some of the comments that were made either. I think that as our kids mature, they're able to handle more stresses, and 4 years is a long time. And even I think we probably place too high of expectations on our 18, 19, 20-year-olds also. So, frankly, the longer we can, I don't want to say protect them, because I don't mean in terms of solving their problems for them, but protect them from that high level of anxiety and nurture them, I frankly think the better, because they're just going to come out stronger for it. We know that. Every lesson they learn and the synapses and blah, 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 blah. it's also really fascinating that, you know, whether someone goes to college on quarters or semesters, there are those breaks. And it's really, you know, then going from, just in terms of my experience, going to law school where you don't have work until the final, and then it's all or nothing. And then going into the working world where you might have a vacation, but the work's still there. And so you never have that brain break. And, you know, so we put in sabbaticals and we put in, you know, taking leave or, you know, I mean, different kinds of things that we as adults can kind of seek out for ourselves, but students can't because they're not controlling that. The teachers are controlling what assignments they get. So I'm fascinated to see what this is going to do. I think those breaks are huge. I wish our kids would all want to spend time with their families, and but you know, it's going to give them some of that time. And I think most importantly is going to take some of that stress off of them, or hopefully. You know, I don't think you're saying, and I don't think you're saying this, and I don't think it is the single answer. I think it's a combination. It's also, you know, kids are so. Every kid needs something different. So, you know, it's just kind of, we've been pushing and pushing for so long. And some kids thrive on that. And they're still going to thrive on that because they're the ones that are seeking out more and more and more. And that's great for them. And then there's the ones who fall apart when they're pushed and pushed and pushed. So my question is, I appreciate that you're looking at the absences and the unexcused absences. I'm just as concerned, frankly, if not more concerned, than the absences that are getting excused because kids have such high levels of anxiety and depression and other mental health-related illnesses that then manifest in physical health conditions. So they're excused because they're sick.
Right.
But why are they sick? And why do they keep getting sick? And, I mean, there's kids that are absent, you know, the numbers. And are you looking at them in the same, what are you doing to support them so that they don't get to that place?
So we are looking at absence. I guess I should have been a little bit more clear about that. We are looking at absences as a whole. And so meaning that, okay, you know, this student had 50 absences, 25 of them are excused, 25 of them are not. From a teacher's perspective, they don't care whether it's excused or unexcused. They want to help the student figure out what they need to do to make up the work or whatever it is that they missed in their class. From our perspective, we do have key individuals on the team. We have our nurse who has great insights, our school psychologist who brings good insight to the team when we're looking at a child study on a particular child and what's going on with them throughout their high school attendance history. So we are looking at that. And we are starting with, obviously, higher supports for a student who has much more absences than a student who has not. Since we've implemented the new attendance policy this year, we've actually seen a 1% change. And 1%, that's pretty good, you know.
1.2%.
1.2. Thank you. 1.2%. And so we are tracking it very closely, and it's giving us the opportunity to have different conversations with our families, and parents have been great in those conversations with us to go, oh, I didn't realize it was really impacting my child that much, and so thank you for letting me know. And we're starting to see that we're even getting kids coming up to say, can I get excused from, you know, is this going to be an unexcused and I'm not allowed to go to my sports this or sports that? And so they're asking some of those questions. So we are looking at that. We're also looking at, like I said, more bigger supports for students who are chronically out and the illness. We've got some school phobic kids. Some of those absences you saw, those N numbers are kids who are afraid to come to school because they're so overwhelmed. Yeah.
Thank you for all of that. I had a couple observations and maybe some questions in discussing homework. I want to appreciate that what I heard when you talked about reducing homework over breaks is that you were going back to really assess the point of homework to begin with.
What is the purpose?
What is the purpose? Yeah. What is the why of it? Is it deepening knowledge? Or is it just busy work or a mountain of work to be done? And so I appreciate that the question was, what is the purpose of the homework and how is it serving the student who's the most important stakeholder in that group? And then as I apply the equity lens to that, and you ask those questions, who is most impacted by this practice? And is it impacting them negatively, right? So who are the groups and who is being impacted negatively? And what are the stakeholder inputs? So we have inputs from parents. What are the inputs from students? What is their response? So I love that you're going to be surveying that as you go, as you look at this one little tiny slice of pie. And then ultimately, what are the barriers for improving that practice? So I can see anytime there's change, there's always a lot of hand-wringing and a lot of worry, right? So I love that you're being brave, you're moving forward in that, and that you're asking some really valuable questions. So hopefully, you're going to have great return with your stakeholders and your students first. Looking at Islander Way and your kind of stoplight in there, I was wondering, they and you said this mostly came from staff, not administration, staff.
Right.
Have you had a chance to get student reflection on that yet?
So that's coming.
Yeah.
So the Islander Way, when we did a whole professional development with our entire staff and talking about the readiness to implement PBIS and re-evaluating and looking at the Islander Way in particular, the next step is to really gather that student voice. What is it that they see as how to be the best prepared learner they can be when they come to the classroom? So that will be some of the discussion that will be happening during Islander Hour, and then gathering that to have a kind of a subcommittee of kids to come to the table and say, this is what we see as to be beneficial for all good, all good learning, and to be the best prepared that we can possibly be when we walk in, and to hear from the students what they appreciate about consistency, because it's really challenging when I can come from Ms. Foster's class and I've been able to do X, Y, and Z, but then I come to Ms. Puckett's class and all of a sudden things are totally different. So having students be able to share that insight and opinion, I think will be completely valuable and necessary for this process.
And I think the emphasis we're trying to put on it is at particularly at high school level, getting students to say, how does it affect the learners around me when I'm doing these distracting behaviors?
Yeah.
And how does that help affect my peers? And it's interesting, these would be great to use with our staff in PD training, because I've often had to remind them, lids down, eyes open, ears, and mouth shut. Well, not like that, but well, yeah, sort of like that. And so we really definitely feel we've still got a ways to go with it, but we're at a starting point. And I really loved Mary Jo's comment earlier today when we were meeting about maybe we need to have a more comprehensive look at this so that we're looking at our middle school and our high school working together so that kids are getting that message all the way through, and then they're well prepared.
It's not all of a sudden they get to high school and like, oh, totally different expectations. But can you imagine then when they get to high school, they are good to go. Like this is the expectation because we've just lived it for 3 years. So that's exciting work.
I was kind of curious about that with the language around it as it develops, if it will become more aspirational instead of, clean up your space or
Correct.
that it becomes more, I respect my space. And so it becomes that cultural aspect that this is how we show respect for our space, and this is how we show respect for each other's time and all of that, and for the speaker. And I'll say when it comes to devices, even at big conferences and stuff, when we look out across the room, people down, and it's not just students. All of us do it at some point. A couple last quick things. One, in kind of talking about the stress in the schools, I don't think that we sacrifice rigor or academic expectation by readjusting the hurdles that students need to jump. So I think there may be some fears that by lifting a pressure or releasing a pressure valve that somehow we're dropping rigor or academic expectation, and I don't think that's the case. But all too often you hear that as a response that, well, if you let this go, then you're letting all of this slide, you're letting off the hook. And I think there's enough pressure, there's enough stuff in that mix that are keeping kids on their toes. So I just wanted to point that out. And then the final thing, for me was the slip that you handed out. And we're seeing these slips pop up in elementary schools and all over the place through PBIS and identifying positive behaviors and reinforcing positive behaviors, right? I just want to say I appreciate seeing these, and I want to let you all know, because I'm going to do the same thing. If I had one for each of you, I would do it. Recognizing the importance of being seen and appreciated.
Absolutely.
And for every student to have that opportunity in the day, in the week, in the month, and in the year, to regularly be seen for who they are, appreciated for the value they have and the strength. I think that right there is so incredibly important. And I had a great opportunity to talk with a couple of students earlier this week on Monday, leading up to Unity Week on the radio station. And we talked about that. And they asked, what are 3 things you're going to do this week to discuss unity and bring us together? And I said, I'm going to ensure that I'm walking through the halls and making eye contact with people and saying, I'm so glad you're here today. I'm so glad to see you. Thank you for being here. So thank you so much for being here tonight. You are so important and so valuable, and I so appreciate everything you do for our students and our families.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for the support.
Any other questions, comments? Okay. Thank you. It's 7:44. Does anyone need a break? Yes? All right. Let's take a 5-minute break. Let's try to come back at 7:50, okay?
Maybe it might feel like going to your boss and be like, actually, I'm trying a different drink. Maybe that's how it feels for students. I don't know. Yeah. Maybe. You know?
So this is like in British Columbia, BC hot house. That's everything now. How do they eat it?
It was a good comment. I just,
That's expensive.
there's this, but it's cheaper. Hours of darkness.
Are there still chips back there?
There you go, like, full of sass.
Chips?
And like,
Not all bag, Aaron?
just,
Yeah.
you know, like, she's got a good heart, and she's so, I mean, she doesn't want. Oh. He's really positive. Oh, totally, totally. Yeah. Next, right?
You are.
But like I did. Talk about and she does her sports, so it's not like she doesn't do anything, but, like she would. I know. Do you need me up there?
Yes, please.
Lots of great qualities, I'm not saying she's not a kid, it's just. A little not. I'm in the hot seat. Hey, guys. I get to talk about textbooks.
Please don't ask any statistic questions. I know what they are, but that's about the extent of it. Solidarity,
You're
thank
right.
you.
I won't
Awesome.
leave you up here alone.
Not hanging out here on my own. I know, gotta wait around.
Yeah, you want some?
Thank you, though.
There's some back there. Chips and water. They are going to come. The pilot doesn't come, but the Chris Twombly's book is going to come next time.
I'm not sure I'd be willing to. Yeah, you're right. One of the stories is how we got into this principal and what we're doing. Yeah, yeah. She's not Trisha, you know. Uh-huh, yeah.
Did you just do this for me?
There you go.
Yeah. Kind person. Thank you.
Perfect. All right, so it is 7:52, and we are back in session. So at this point, we're going to move into Section 3B, Board Policy 1800, Operational Expectations 10, Instructional Program, AP Statistics Text Adoption. First reading.
Great. Well, thanks for having Jen McClellan here. She is here along Lynn Adsit is the other teacher who presented this book to the Instructional Materials Committee. We're off to a vigorous start with the IMC. You'll be hearing in your next board meeting, which is 2 weeks from tonight. Actually, it might be 3 weeks from tonight. There's only one meeting in November about actually a nonfiction text in a book. So I do want to alert you that if you do want a copy of that, Enrique's Journey is the title. If you would like a copy, you can swing by Vanessa's desk and get a copy of that. But tonight is our textbook for our dual credit course, or our CTE course, as well as it's also a math course, and that's AP Statistics. We've currently had a textbook that we've been using for some number of years. However, as the College Board continues to change their frameworks and their pathways, adjustments are made to textbooks as well. So the textbook that is proposed to you tonight is actually the same publisher, with all of the updated versions, both online versions as well as new formats and new practice questions embedded straight into the text for students as they prepare for the AP exam. So Jen McClellan is here as our CTE coordinator to talk a little bit more about this text. It is one that, if approved, tonight's the first reading with discussion, but if approved at your November meeting, we would be using as soon as this school year. So this is something that we'd probably move pretty quickly on to try to get the best and latest in front of our students. So Jen.
Fred's already done a marvelous job explaining it. This is the 6th edition. Lynn is currently teaching out of the 4th edition. The College Board has changed some of the process and questions on the AP test, and so the 6th edition is actually written with that in mind and addresses that. There's also been some actual functional changes in the world of statistics in terms of nomenclature and things along those lines. So an update was necessary. We do, as just teachers in general, approach the IMC informally to begin with to say, what do we need to do? And Fred and his team tasked both Lynn and I have to give 100% credit to Lynn, to do some research as to what other textbooks are out there, and not just go with this particular one by default because that's the one we've always had. She is, I'm hoping you're aware, she's one of our gems at the high school. She actually does do a considerable amount of professional development and also is involved with the College Board in terms of grading some of these AP tests at the national level. And so she was able to spend some time with the actual authors of this text and some of the other textbooks that are available in this particular subject area. And after assessing all that and looking at what is best for Mercer Island students, she landed back on this particular textbooks and can address, we actually threw some pointed questions at her and she could address all those situations. So it is the best textbook for this course for these students.
So we'll take some questions. And it has been available for several weeks in the front atrium, and it will continue to be until you take action either way.
So my question is, what? So they're using a previous version of this particular textbook right now.
Correct. They're using the 4th edition.
And so, just throwing it out there as a possibility, would it be helpful if we were to approve it tonight to get it sooner, or is it just fine to wait a couple more months?
If we're approved, I will put the purchase order in tomorrow morning.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
When did we start using the old textbook, the 4th edition? How long has that been in use?
Lynn has been at the high school 12 years. Jamie, can you help with that? 12 or 14 years.
Yeah.
And I don't think she started teaching the course right away, but it's really the only text she's used since starting teaching the course at the high school. So probably 8 years, maybe 10 years. Probably would have continued to suffice because she pulls in a number of other resources that are aligned with the course and the frameworks. However, the frameworks changed so much with CTE, which was Jen's report to you through OE 10 2 years ago, with all of the massive changes now. This one just has much tighter alignment. And the online options seem much more robust and accessible to our students.
Do we have a non-AP stats course?
We do not.
So there is an online version of this.
That's correct.
And when students work on a calculation or a model, are they using a proprietary mathematical emulator or machine, or are they going online? Are they using a calculator, or are they using a proprietary device, or are they using either a calculator or a publicly available Desmos GeoGebra type of thing?
That is a question and a half. Okay.
Okay.
My understanding, I'm hoping I answer your question, is the text, obviously, the textbook is a hard copy. The electronic version of the textbook is just that. It's just the textbook in an electronic form, like a PDF. So it's not an interactive experience. The supplemental materials, the ones that I've looked at closely is again, just a PDF type of thing, is my understanding.
The reason I ask, I have seen other curriculum where the curriculum embeds their own proprietary, statistics machine or math machine or a geometry tool. And I think it does a disservice when there's amazingly publicly available ones that are perhaps even more sophisticated, easier to use, and you're not trying to go into a proprietary system, and you're kind of freeing up that student later in life to be able to use perhaps the best practice mode. So thanks.
Yeah, the tools that Lynn uses in the class are they're agnostic in terms of their tie to any of the curriculum.
And I would also like to speak to Lynn's. She really is an extraordinary instructor, and she's very capable of taking the parts of the textbook and parts of the e-textbook and use that. But she's also very exquisitely capable of tailoring the lesson to each of the individual students, and can take care of that.
Just real quickly, the course does use a TI calculator of some type, right? And so that's a proprietary calculator that you have to go buy.
Correct.
True, but it's not connected to, I think.
It's not connected to this book.
Correct.
It's generally available.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was actually wondering about the AP versus general non-AP statistics. I mean, does that exist for high school level students, or I mean, what's the reasoning behind only offering the AP? And obviously, I know they don't have to take the AP test.
Yep.
But
We're actually looking at a number of our fourth-year option courses right now, especially as students, we want to expand their choices for that fourth year of math. One of the courses, actually, it will be a third-year option that the high school is currently working on, is actually a financial literacy course, and you'll be probably hearing information on that through the superintendent in the coming weeks. As we get ready, we're going to try to launch a new course next year that will be an Algebra 2. It will actually be an Algebra 3 replacement. And so that's still under consideration, but we're looking at a number of those different options. I think your point goes right to what other options are available for non-AP students who are just wanting to pursue other math options that aren't aligned to an AP, certainly on the radar. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of districts out there that are doing some very clever things. We always look through the lens of Mercer Island students, what best resonates for our students, but there's some pretty exciting options out there.
So this qualifies as a dual credit course?
Correct.
Yes.
Yes, math
so-
and CCR, or CT credit, yes.
Right, and so you've got some different pathways that they can go for high school and beyond.
Mhm.
Some of those spaces. Would an alternate course also be a dual credit, or it would be? Okay.
Yep.
Cool. Thank you. Any other questions, comments?
I'm just wondering if waiting until the next meeting would provide any board directors with more information and a better clarity on whether to approve this textbook.
I'm happy to approve tonight. I move we approve the statistics textbook as defined by the team.
Second.
Any further discussion? Any input from the superintendent?
I just want to say I've seen Lynn Adsit teaching. My daughter had her. I've seen her at conferences. She's outstanding teacher. And Jennifer McClellan's pretty awesome too. I totally trust that they have done the due diligence and that they're selecting a textbook, like you said, that's the best at this time for these students at our school. And so I just wanted to give a boost to it and have it happen sooner rather than later. And so that since you said it was going to get purchased as soon as we approve it, why wait? So thank you. Thank you.
Any other comments? Okay, then the question at hand is whether or not we want to approve the AP Statistics text adoption. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? No? All right. We approve the text for adoption. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a lovely evening.
Thank you. With that, we'll move on to 3C, Board Policy 1800 OE7, Financial Administration, Certification of Educational Maintenance and Operations Levy, Capital Projects Levy, and Bond Payment Resolution number 679.
Good evening. Tonight we're bringing you, for the first reading, the resolution to certify our levies to the King County Assessor's Office. This is an annual process. The voters, when we take a levy ballot out or a bond initiative out, they approve our authority to collect, and then OSPI, based on the new levy formula, sets our levy amount that we're able to collect, and then based on how much debt service we have for the year and what the schedule is for the capital projects levy, we need to certify to the county how much we are going to be collecting based on all of the different factors. So this is our annual process. The resolution clearly outlines what the levy amounts are that we're asking for. It does not address the assessed value, amount per assessed value. That will come later once all the assessed values are compiled by the assessor's office, but it does outline and specify how much the assessors should be collecting from the community. Any questions?
This will be the amounts fully under the new McCleary standards and amounts and percentages.
This year, this school year, sorry, is the first year in which we will be completely under the new McCleary levy formula. 18-19 school year was a hybrid year where the last half of 2018 and the first half of 2019 were under the last half of 18 was a pre-McCleary. First half of 19 is new McCleary. It does get a bit muddled when you try to discuss levies because levies run on a calendar year basis. School years run August 1st to July 31st. Or no. I am tired. I apologize. It's September 1st to August 31st. It's been a long day. So yes, this will be the first year in which we are completely under the new levy regime.
And just for clarity, this year we're getting $11,300,000 versus previous years it was about $16 million.
Yeah, at the peak under the pre-McCleary formula, it was just under 17. It was about 16.8.
Just to drive a message home here, what are we leaving on the table since our legislative reps did not vote us into the $3,000 per student, as opposed to we're now capped at $2,500 as opposed to special treatment of the other two school districts? So 20% of the, how much million that we're collecting?
If we had been approved at $3,000 per student, that's about another $500 per student. At 4,000 students, 4,300 students, it's just over 2.2 million.
Would have been nice.
I just want to correct. I think I know at least one, if not all, of our legislators in our district voted against it. I think I wish you would be accurate because I don't think you're accurate in what you're saying.
Any other questions or comments? Okay. So this was for discussion, so this will return at our November meeting for the second reading. Is that correct? All right. Thank you so much for that.
Consent agenda, right? No second reading, there's just a consent agenda next time? Yes. Yes, okay.
So now we'll move on to 3D, Board Policy 1800, Operational Expectation 9, Communication and Support to the Board, Sustainability. This is our Sustainability Resolution draft.
So thank you all for your feedback last time on the previous draft. I tried to take into consideration all the comments. I also got feedback from the superintendent and the edits that staff had suggested, and found a couple more references, including City of Mercer Island and the OSPI, and so incorporated all of that. Also tried to, on the parts where it's now therefore be it resolved by the board, tried to come up with and looked at a lot of different resolutions and policies in other districts to see what were some of the things that made sense for us to do, and took some comments from our last meeting and tried to come up with some statements, a variety of statements. So there's 5 of those, and then moved the ones that had previously been things that we could support the district to do or suggest to the district that they do or continue to do. I took the edits from administration and made some changes there and took out a bunch of the ones that were pretty redundant. So hoping to get more feedback tonight, refine it further, and maybe we'll approve something before I leave the board. We'll see. That would be nice, but not required. I think as many times as we need to meet about this is fine to get it right. So look forward to any comments. Deborah, did you want to add anything?
Only that all of this work on this draft was done by Director Drinkwater. I take no credit for it. I did have the opportunity to review it, and I think it's excellent changes. And I actually don't have any suggestions at this point.
Thank you.
Comments or suggestions? Okay, I'm not seeing any. I want to thank you both for the time that you've put into this document of taking information from our stakeholders throughout the community, information from the board, administration, and really flexing your style and putting this together. So hopefully it represents kind of the hopes and goals of our stakeholders and our students, and will give us a good kind of lighthouse to set the direct the ship towards.
Thank you. I was hoping to get some student feedback, either tonight in public input or from our reps, but I did try to include that wording about how this is a priority for students and it does affect them. And of course it affects all of us, but as we've talked about, it is, and I think it was Suzanne or was it Tanya, said about how this disproportionately affects our youth, and we are about our youth, and students are the priority. So I think it is really important for us to make a statement. I did get one edit from a constituent on one of the items that we could address. It's not a big change, but on the third page, item 10, which is sort of hard to see because of the changes, but it used to be number 12, and then there's a number 10 just below it, but where it says promote waste reduction by means of reusing, recycling, and composting, and that the redlining was the district's adjustment to that. This person suggested that we promote waste reduction by means of actively educating the school community on properly recycling and composting and encouraging the reduction and reuse of materials. So it makes it a little bit longer, but it talks about that education piece of it. So I wanted to get any feedback on that suggestion, or if we feel like the way it's worded is simple and straightforward and gets the same idea across.
I actually like the education piece because I certainly, and I think I'm not alone, stand in front of the 3 bins always questioning what to do. So, I mean, I think the more that we can focus on education, I think that adds to it, especially since it's relating to schools and students. And just as an aside, since our student reps are going to be at the next meeting, perhaps we could put it on a clean copy for the next meeting that we can review as one final discussion, hopefully final discussion. And if not, then it's not. But
I think that's a great idea.
And then we could perhaps ask the superintendent to make sure the students actually, that they see it. Thank you.
Yeah, I like the educating piece too, partly because I think we all at times question ourselves, is this compostable? And I know there's probably more than one parent out there like myself who looks in our own bins within our house and says, nope, that doesn't go in there. I'm going to move it around. So we're all learners about composting and recycling and whether things go in landfill. And we see those bins all over the place in different sites. So I think it's great that we're focusing on educating people, and if our youth can learn it really well at school and come home and teach the parents, that's a great benefit as well. So.
It will probably get fixed, but reusing has an E at the end.
The one in number 12 that was crossed out?
Yeah.
Yeah, that E is crossed out.
Oh, it is?
Yeah,
Oh,
there's a line
mind.
through it, but it's hard to tell because it's right over the E. But it'll be more clear on the clean copy. So am I hearing that adjustment that was suggested for number 10 to include the actively educating the school community on properly recycling would be a positive change?
I'd like to see it on the clean copy.
Okay.
I wonder about educating the community, because we have that discussion whether it's our responsibility to
The
educate the
school
community.
community. It says the school community.
Oh, the school community. Yeah, then I
Yeah,
wouldn't
no,
have a
I was
problem
just
with
saying it would be a benefit if that kind of went
Yeah.
upwards from there
Yeah.
to the older generations. But yeah, that's not our responsibility. But
Gotcha.
just an added benefit. Okay, so we'll make sure a clean copy is on the next agenda.
Okay. Director Jorgensen, it looked like you might have a comment.
Yeah, I was just wondering if the superintendent has any comments about this?
No, we spoke I spoke with Director Drinkwater in the interim and gave her any comments or concerns that we had at that time, and I think those are pretty much reflected here. I think the difficult piece of how do you get student voice into a resolution is a bit tricky because it's about encouraging our students and supporting our students. So I understand the try to get that in here. But I know our students will have an opportunity to contribute. I think that's a great suggestion, and we can get it to them this week to start having a conversation with others about this so they can bring back some information to you.
Great.
On the board side, the only curriculum advancement suggested was the next generation science standards. Is that correct?
Well, there's also, OSPI has standards for sustainability and the environment. And so those are not capitalized because it's not like next generation. It's not a title per se, but in the reference number 2, if you were to follow that link, you would see the standards linked there as well. And so, does that make sense?
So,
I mean, the next generation science standards may also have it in there, but the state has established standards as well.
I'm trying to tease out between 1 and 3 where we advocate for science curriculum that helps students learn about sustainability, climate change, and those type of things. And it's not really, is it in 1 or is it in 3? I guess I'm a little confused.
Well, I think that number 1 is having students be sharing their voices along the way, like that's in supporting them to become environmental leaders. So if there's something that we're not already doing at the high school or the middle school or the elementary schools, that they can say, we think to support sustainability and the environment, this is an initiative we want to start at our school. Like that's what I envision with that. Number 3 is that we have the next generation science standards, which are like Common Core, right? So they're not just Washington State, but our state is adopting them. And then our state, on OSPI's website, you can also see that we have environment and sustainability standards or educational guidelines. And so it's referring to that, but also one of the comments I got during our last meeting was that an example of things that we can do is to advocate for the funding of education so that we can fulfill the goals of those standards. So maybe are you saying that you're missing that word, we're missing the word curriculum, that it would be?
Yeah, I think as our board, one of our fundamental duties is to define curriculum that our kids will be using.
Mm-hmm.
And it feels like at least number 1 could be that we're advocating for great, curriculum that follows these guidelines. Number 2 would be for funding, because that's the next job of the board, certainly. And then maybe number 3, which I'm pulling out here, is the idea that we're supporting students as they try and advocate for enhancements to the way we address climate change and things like that. Is that, I'm thinking of things in the order of the board's power to do. So, but number 3 right now, which is your number 1, support students to be environmental leaders. Is this a implicit support for example, a climate change walkout?
It could be. I think there's some vagueness there, partly because I was trying to find some words and I was hoping for some guidance from the rest of the board. So if people have suggestions on how to change it, that's fine. I was also hoping that students could look at that and let us know how they interpret it. It could mean that we encourage them to advocate for their needs. It could be that we encourage them to come up with initiatives within their schools or the district or the community to let us know what's important to them and how they see what ideas they come up with for the problem solving. So it's there's things that I don't know are out there yet that I want to sort of have that be room for us to say, yeah, you go. This should be student led. We're providing the statement here that we support the educational opportunities and responsibilities that we can do within the district to address climate change, what's in our power, but there are things that maybe we're not thinking of yet, and I can't include the things that I'm not thinking of yet, but I would like any future things to come from students. I think that would be ideal, and so that was sort of my aspirational statement. Totally open to edits if people understand what I'm trying to do and have a better way of wording it, or if they have another idea altogether. So.
For me, I think number one reads fine, supporting students to become environmental leaders in making their own schools healthy and ecologically friendly places of learning. So I don't think there's an implicit statement of support for a strike or a walkout or anything like that. I think this wouldn't supersede handbooks of student behavior or codes of conduct or anything like that, while certainly we can respect the students' freedom of expression and rights, but as we've discussed in the past, that any action that's taken like that still has to adhere to the codes of conduct as expressed through the handbook. So I don't think this necessarily gets in the way of that or is a conflict to that in any way, but rather I see number one as speaking to creating healthy and ecologically friendly places of learning in their schools. Other comments?
I think it's a little bit prescriptive on the operations of the district and the instruction, and I think it's a little bit outside of the board. And however, if the superintendent is okay with this, I'm all right with it, and we'll support it.
Yeah, I would echo the concern that I like the goal of being aspirational on what the board does, and I think that's valid, and that's where we should land. But juxtaposed with the very prescriptive actions required of the district, seems kind of odd. We've got fundamentals and specific policy woven into one. I would also, somewhat like to see the first 5 items of what the board is advocating for kind of be a little bit more succinct and aspirational, perhaps. And I wonder if they could be shorter than what they are now if they were to be aspirational. Advocate for curriculum that, as opposed to next generation science, more generically phrased, curriculum that supports environmental stewardship or environmental sustainability or, something like that, kind of in a more general fashion. Next generation science standards will be changing over time and updating. Is that good? Is that bad? Are we held to next generation science standards by this resolution? I would hope not. So maybe we could be more aspirational on that one. Same with the students. I do wonder, is the board pigeonholing students to just think about their schools? Or are we allowing students to think about the globe. I mean, this is a very prescriptive, think about healthy schools, and that's kind of it. It's not as aspirational as generally our resolutions tend to be.
Well, we're certainly not holding them back by having a resolution that states this. I think it's just planting a seed to say this is our purview is within your schools. Of course, we're not putting any limits on them to do more than that. But I appreciate your comments about the curriculum. I'll work on that and for the next draft. When you said shorter, you meaning each statement, or
Yeah, each
that
statement.
5
Just
is too many?
No, each statement could be more succinct, perhaps, is what I was wondering.
If you want to take a look at it later and send me any specific edits, that would be helpful to know how you think that could be done.
I just want to, I don't know if this is repeating, but after the discussion, I really like the way that you split out the board's responsibilities and then, or what the board is resolving to do, and then that we support the district in doing these things. And it pulled it away from the concern from our last discussion about that we were resolving to do things that we don't have control over. So I really appreciate the way that it's done, and would just encourage anyone if they have suggestions. I mean, Tracy's put in lots of hours doing this, and if someone has a different perspective, please propose different language. There'll be, I mean, we're not going to see too many changes between now and the draft that's on the next agenda, I think.
I think also, thank you for those comments. The items that are under what the board supports the district to do are things that the district is already doing. And so it's just affirming that that the board agrees with and supports those efforts by the district. So when you say it's prescriptive, but it's also just sort of memorializing that these are things that we do already, and maybe having a tiny bit more oversight into it and a little more intentionality, and when reports are made that it's like, oh yeah, we have this resolution, the board probably would be interested in hearing about these things that we're doing. So it's not, intention is not to pile on a bunch of additional responsibilities. So hopefully that, and I think that's, those are things that we talked about over the last 2 or 3 discussions that we've had. So.
I would personally be comfortable with this moving forward as proposed, with the one minor edit that we talked about previously, and allow the students to look at this particular draft here as proposed and come back with some input, and then directors who have some specific amendments that they would like to make at that time come prepared with those. I think, for me personally, I'm ready to move this to the next stage. Final thoughts, suggestions?
So this will be published on Friday. I noticed these keep getting updated after Kendall announces it, so I didn't actually see this till today. So if we move forward with this, it's going to stay the same. It'll be available Friday before the next board meeting.
It'll be available Friday because we have, I think, 3 weeks before our next meeting, so there's a little bit more time. It was a tight turnaround last time, and we had someone on our committee was out of town. So
yeah, it becomes very hard to give feedback because each of the times this has been published, it's been published on Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday of the day of the meeting, and that makes it very difficult for feedback. I don't know why we're doing that in these cases, but, at least next time around, it'll be okay. So thank you.
Any final input from the superintendent, staff? No? Okay, so with the one edit, do you want to mention that again? That was under, was it 10?
Yeah, I can send it.
Okay, so
I'll-
that's the only
yeah,
change. and
I'll
then-
make it the update and then send the final to Kendall.
And what we can do is we can publish the red line and the clean
Yeah.
as well, so you can see where the adjustments were made. Because I think I heard some, perhaps in number 3. I was trying to scribe what you were perhaps scribing as well.
Yeah,
Different
so I
product.
can make a note
Yeah.
of those and then send it.
Thank you.
Or like Brian was saying, maybe just do the one edit. I don't, I'll figure something out and then send you a copy and we'll have a couple of options.
So just to be clear, the feedback I might come back with would be to consider a reorder of 1 through 5, which is kind of ordered in terms of the board's power, in terms of curriculum, funding, and then maybe third would be what else we can do with other constituencies. Is that okay, or is that out of the scope?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
And then,
I liked putting students first because students are the priority. So that was one of the reasons why I put students at the top. And then there can be, I'm not really attached to the order on the rest of it, but I think I at some point had some logic in mind when I did it, because I know I rearranged it at least once. I'm not sure that the order matters, other than that students should be the priority.
I'm just looking to see what's in scope, because
Yeah.
if you want to move forward, then I won't bother providing any input. So,
I think it's just the next draft that we're going to have a
No.
discussion on.
oh, sorry, I was just going to provide, my concern was on 1 through 5. There were 2 pieces. One was to change the order a little bit. Second one was to make it a little bit more aspirational and simplify the sentences. That was my 2 pieces of feedback on 1 through 5. I did not have immediate feedback today because this is the first time I'm seeing it.
So
So if that's not in scope, then I will not provide that feedback. If that feedback is in scope, and by meaning that the board would entertain it, then I would
I
provide
think
the feedback.
your input should be valued, and if you could send me what
Okay.
you're proposing, and then we can work it in, or maybe have 2 versions with what you're suggesting and what we've had, and then the board can discuss
Okay.
it at the next meeting.
Okay, that's all I was
Can you do
wanting to
that?
know.
Okay,
Yep,
that'd be great.
thank you.
And if you want me to send you a Word version so that you can make those edits.
Yeah, that would
I
be
can do
great,
that.
thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that was not my intent of moving forward. For me, I would like to see just this draft continue forward as written, and maybe that's just me. And then if we have specific edits to make at that time that are more prepared, then I think they can be made at that time. But at this point, short of forming a second committee, if the 2 of you want to sit down and write another version of a draft, which with exchanging emails back and forth is essentially what's starting to happen there. I suppose the board could move in that direction if it wanted to. But outside of specific changes being made to this draft here tonight, I'm not seeing support for editing this draft across the board. I'm hearing suggestions for an edit and suggestions for keeping it as is, and I'm not seeing, the only time I saw people kind of nodding their heads was in moving this draft as written, proposed with the one edit to the next meeting. While I appreciate Director D'Souza's input and your suggestions, I have not seen a consensus of support for those changes per se.
That was my question, yes. If there was support for that. If not, I won't bother.
May I wait in or not? Yeah. Thank you, Tracy, for doing this work. How long has this draft been on? Is there a problem with asking for that?
No, I think we're making this way too more complicated than it needs to be. I welcome Director D'Souza's feedback. We're still in the discussion phase. Why don't we see what he has to say, and we'll discuss it at the next meeting? I don't understand why it's so complicated. That's my frustration. And
okay, you look frustrated, and that's why I wanted to stop.
I don't know why we're still doing this. He wants to provide input, which he should. It's appreciated, and we should discuss it at the next meeting, just like we're going to hear from the students.
And I did pause because I saw that. And what I was going to say is, if it hasn't been on the website for more than a couple days, I'd want to give a director the opportunity to give edits for consideration, and whether that's at the next meeting on this existing draft, or if that board member gives it to Tracy for her to consider inclusion, and that's up to Tracy's determination. But then it at least gives that board member who wants to make edits some time to suggest those edits, because I don't think it's been on live for very long.
Tuesday afternoon, I don't know the exact time, but probably late afternoon on Tuesday, this past Tuesday.
So the initial path was to move this forward as proposed with the one edit, get it to the students as soon as possible so that they could take this draft as proposed to other student bodies across the district in order to get feedback from those stakeholder groups. So we could take that path, or we could send it back to committee for another round of edits if the board would prefer. And then perhaps Directors Drinkwater and D'Souza could sit down and work on those edits and propose a new draft at the next meeting, which would mean that we don't give this draft to the students to circulate with the student body because it's going to change. So
I'm happy to get my changes to Tracy, but early next week, and she could pass that draft around to the students as well. And it would be up to Tracy to decide whether she wants to adopt them or not. She could decide none of them are valuable, and we'd move forward with this draft. Or she could decide one or two are valuable and incorporate it and take that to the students. I'm fine either way. I'm okay with Tracy being the determiner of whether my changes are valid or not. I'm not looking for board consensus.
I would rather have the board consensus before we send something to the students for their input and be circulated in that manner through the district.
I just don't understand. We're not asking the students to approve it. We're asking for their input. I don't think Director D'Souza's recommending any substantive changes, perhaps just some ordering and some wording. I don't understand how, we're not asking them to edit it. We're asking for their input on the substance of the resolution.
It's up to the board. If you would, I'm simply laying out the two different options, paths that you have. I would recommend that if there are going to be further edits and reordering and things like that, that we hold off circulating that with students and just push it out another board meeting. It just means that in November, a new draft comes, and then it can live its life from there. Or it can leave the gates tonight and get other feedback based on how it's presented with suggested edits at the next meeting. There's nothing to suggest that there can't be suggested edits from directors at the next meeting, which would provide you, Director D'Souza, more time to review the document and really come up with a succinct version of what it is exactly you're looking for and what you would like to see that would afford you the time.
I'm going to defer to the director who's put the most time into this and ask you, Tracy, do you have a preference?
I'm happy to get as many voices looking at this as, so that we can get it done. I think there is some value if Director D'Souza can turn it around to me quickly. We have 3 weeks until the next board meeting, so I feel like there's sufficient time. It was only 2 weeks the last time, so it was a little bit more of a crunch. So if we can confer, I appreciate you saying that you respect my decision-making based on your edits. If we can make it better than it is right now before we give it to the students, I think that has benefit, because then they won't see it change as much from the time they see it to the time, hopefully, it gets approved. And I would like to see their feedback based on what we have decided so far. So I see value in that. But I do agree that we want to give the students some ample time too. I'm all for ample time. There's just, we all have constraints on our time. So the sooner I can get any other edits from people, incorporate it in, turn it around back to Donna and Kendall, they can distribute to the students, not me. That would be great. Okay. Thank you.
All right, so it'll move forward with proposed edits, and we'll see a new draft at the next meeting. Okay, great. Moving on. This takes us into Section 4, Full Governance Process Monitoring, Board Policy 1800 OE3, Appropriate Treatment of Community Members. And this is to determine compliance with Board Policy 1800 OE3.
All right. So Director Prescott and myself have put together OE3. There is one level 2 monitoring portion, and so President Janini Upton, I don't know how you want to do the approvals on the level 1s, or if you want us to present on level 2 and then approve the whole document.
What is the preference of the board?
I'm happy with the whole document being approved.
Okay.
Great.
I'm seeing nods with that.
We will provide an overview then of our discipline data. Why don't I just go ahead and provide a broad overview, and then Jamie will take over on the specifics. Each year, our school district at various levels and in various times, we take a look at our discipline information that's coming back to us. And we look at that through the lens of gender, we look at it through race and ethnicity proportionality, we look at it through the lens of 504s, special education, and what we're really looking for is, are we falling into what has been in the headlines so much, especially in the past 4 or 5 years, with respect to certain groups being targeted at a higher rate than others. So if I recall correctly, my first couple of years in the district office, we were suspending up near 100 students a year or so, and then that fell drastically as we started to apply new discipline practices in our district. Just this past June, you approved our most recent addition to our policy on student discipline, which was in response to the changes in the legislation around student removals and the need to become even more restrictive in our use of discipline that removes students from the classroom. So the data this year is up slightly in terms of our overall numbers of suspensions compared to the previous year, but judging by the first almost quarter of the school year, next week, it's hard to believe, will be the end of the first quarter, we are down, we are down drastically from before, so we expect it to be even less this year. So with that, let Jamie jump in, talk a little bit about the data, and then we can take some questions.
So if you recall, the year prior to this, we had several major incidents that resulted in long-term suspensions at the high school. And I do think that there was some effect on the entire, well, there was effect on the entire school. But as far as other disciplinary incidents that occurred, I think we experienced some trauma from what occurred during the month of December specifically. And so I do think that with that, there was a positive attribute to a limited number of suspensions following that. So it's not surprising to me that I see an uptick here. I think the thing that sticks out to me the most is the need for continued support with our YFS counselors at the high school. If you look, 66% of the short-term suspensions that were given last year are for drug and alcohol-related infractions. And so knowing that we have a drug and alcohol counselor specifically at the high school to help support students through that, I think is a really powerful, important component that we have through the educational process. And so I would want to make sure that, you know, we continue to think about that. We are looking at other ways to support students. And this is, you know, drugs, alcohol are a challenge in high schools and in middle schools, as it is also available in middle school. And we have no students who had those infractions last year, and we hope that that would continue. But I think that's an important service that we leverage often to support students so that we're not putting them out on long-term suspensions. I also think that this coming year, it's going to be interesting to see, because we have such an acute awareness of classroom exclusions now. And so we're having conversations with principals and with teachers about things that, or practices that perhaps we didn't even consider an exclusion, and now is being deemed potentially a suspension as soon as a student has missed a certain number of minutes in a given day. And that's going to be really important. And so we're trying to bolster the support that we provide for teachers and the strategies and things that are called other forms of discipline. And so we hope to see this number go down as we've become more aware, and our teachers are becoming more aware of opportunities and ways to help support students in a classroom setting before removing them.
Comments or questions?
Thank you so much for doing this really important work. I think you know, we have ideals about how student behavior should go and learning should happen, and students are still learning how to behave, and any way we can analyze what's happening and find ways to improve their educational outcomes and avoid time away from the classroom. When we discipline students and take them away from learning, it doesn't make sense. And so I'm glad that our culture has shifted, not just here on Mercer Island, but in our whole nation. I think this is being addressed with more, what is it called? Restorative justice. Because the whole point is that students should be spending their time learning, and punishing them for doing something is not necessarily the way to do it. We need to teach them and use that root of the word discipline to teach them how to behave. So I appreciate the quantitative data to help us understand how we're doing with this. Thank you.
Do teachers get professional development around discipline, or how do we spread these rules?
So if you recall, and you'll hear more from the elementary schools, but both the high school and the middle school talked today about the PBIS strategies and things that they're putting in place. And so much of that professional learning really is trying to get, before discipline even becomes an issue, really setting clear expectations, practicing, modeling, teaching classroom routines, things that will help alleviate or mitigate some disciplinary challenges. That's really the PD that's going on, and that's all staff at all buildings are engaging in those conversations. There are PBIS teams at every school and at each level really working on how do we set the tone for what we expect, how do we model that, and then how do we live that. And I think they're really trying to take the positive approach, not to say, what do I do when a student misbehaves? I think it's really about how do we build that positive culture so that students behave the way that we all expect we should behave.
Is that what's caused the decrease from a 100 to about 30 students now? Is it the PBIS activities we've been doing?
I think that's a piece of it, but I think the overall understanding that removing students from school based on discipline infractions isn't actually changing behavior. All it's doing is taking kids out of the learning environment and having them miss out on their education. So I would say that's the biggest contributor right now, is just a new way of looking at discipline. And I think, as Director Drinkwater pointed out, discipline situations are great opportunities for teaching and learning. And when we simply go into a mode where we remove a student, I think we've undermined our profession, because our profession's all about teaching, and sending a student home doesn't always teach them. There are times when you need to do it to make sure that the environment is safe for that student and the other student, but it's no longer the go-to on that.
I think that's great. And I think the other question would be, is it a learning opportunity for the whole classroom, or is it a learning opportunity for just that one student? But I'd spoken earlier about how do you recover from failure? And this is another one of those type of examples where you made a mistake, you accidentally lashed out and hit someone. Shouldn't do that. But if it's a shared experience for the school, for the classroom, that it's an apology made, that everybody recognizes we have tempers and tantrums, and we move forward in a better way, I think these are good failures.
The restorative practices are really what are essential that we're working with staff on. I know our counselors and our admin team at the high school has spent a lot of time discussing what can some of those restorative practices look like. There's sometimes misconception that restorative justice, and that's why we're sort of trying to move away more to restorative practices, is that students aren't expected to behave, and they are expected to behave, and they are expected to realize there are repercussions for their actions, but there's learning opportunities that come with that as well. So lots of professional learning going on around restorative practices, and definitely with our leadership team, teachers, and frankly all staff, because sometimes discipline impacts other staff besides our teachers as well. And so what does that look like if you're a security liaison at the high school, or frankly even a bus driver that has concerns with a student and it burbles up on the bus? How are we working through that process? Impacts how our bus drivers learn and deal with children as well.
Some of the reports in different fundamental reports that we've given over the past few years have talked about class meetings, restorative circles, and things like that. And those practices are being employed elementary, middle, and high. I also think an important shift has been, I recall, being in school, students who may have gotten in trouble would write, you must write an apology letter. And I think there's been a really great shift to put the onus back on the student to say, I can recall Vicki saying every single time she met with a student to say, you have some repair work to do. And with that, then that puts the onus back on the student to say, how do I repair this, right? Writing a letter and having my teacher read it is really not me making reparations. And so having students start to think through that critical thinking and problem solving, what am I gonna do to re-engage with my peers, I think has been really powerful.
Any other comments, questions? Okay, then the question is in compliance with OE3 treatment of community members.
I move we find the superintendent in compliance with OE3 appropriate treatment of community members.
Second.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? The board finds the superintendent in compliance with OE3, treatment of community members. Thank you. And with that, we'll move to section 5, post-monitoring language review. 5A is board policy 1800 OE1, fundamental one. So in our document here, we have a highlighted section under 1.
So I have some suggested edits.
Okay.
The first one is the word more, the third word there, to create a more personalized learning environment. But then we don't have a than, and it's like, what are we comparing that to? And maybe when this was first written, that made sense because the learning environment wasn't very personalized, but I feel like now that it is, we may not need that word. So that was one comment. And then the other one is the phrase learning styles, and I did talk to Superintendent Kolosky about this ahead of time because in my work as an educator of educators at Seattle University, it's come up that learning styles theory has been called into question. And so I think the intent is good. Moving away from that language, I think would be helpful. And I think it was maybe in the superintendent's interpretation or somewhere where we talk about Fundamental 1, there's the language of varied learning opportunities. And then also that I think part of why the learning styles theory has been called into question is because while students might prefer a learning modality like visual or kinesthetic, it's not necessarily always a good thing to feed them the learning style that they want or prefer, that it is good to use multiple modalities in our teaching and at the same time have visual and audio, have kinesthetic whenever you can and whenever it's appropriate. And so talking about varied learning opportunities within that statement, I think would be addressing that issue. And that it's not just being responsive to students' strengths, but also their potential weaknesses or needs, might be a better word. And so taking into all that into consideration and changing a couple of commas, my proposed change is to create a personalized learning environment where differentiated instruction, student-centered education, and varied learning opportunities are responsive to students' strengths, needs, interests, and passions. So not a huge change, but just a little bit of nuance and updating it to reflect some more recent research. I'd be happy to repeat that.
Yeah, I just want to confirm, so you basically put needs to replace learning styles, is that right?
Yes.
And
And then also, after differentiated instruction, inserted a comma, took out the and there, and moved it to be after education. So student-centered education, comma, and then inserted varied learning opportunities. Great, and then, yeah, replaced and learning styles with comma needs.
Can I just ask where this proposed new language came from? And I'm trying to just compare it to what it was, and I'm just struggling to get to it. Did this?
So what's highlighted there is what it has been.
Oh.
That's what it
That's
currently
just
is. And so I just offered some edits to that because this is a language review
Got it. I'm sorry.
of Fundamental 1. That's okay.
Okay.
We've been here a while.
I like those suggestions.
Thank you.
I support those suggestions as well.
Thank you. Director Battersby, are you able to put that, is that showing on, I don't see it changed on the screen. Were you typing it in somewhere?
Unfortunately, that's not my
Oh.
that is
That's
just what's
static
on
on what's board doc.
Oh, okay, okay.
But I do have it down, I mean,
Okay.
I believe so. It would say, differentiating instruction, comma, student-centered education, comma, and learning opportunities responsive to students' strengths, needs, interests, and passions.
I had and varied learning opportunities. And then I guess we take out our. I think we might need a that our.
We'll make sure.
No, our, that makes sense. Are responsive to student strength, yeah.
Other suggestions for edits? Okay. Seeing none, then that will move forward for another look. Thank you.
And the other thing was also the omission of more earlier on, just sort of the big.
Do you have it, is the vote tonight, or do you guys have, or is it one more after tonight? Is this?
There's
one more.
There's
Yeah.
one more. It would go on to consent.
So your action would be consent, so this is just suggested language.
Yeah.
I bring back the edits suggested, and then you either approve or
Great.
decide you want more change, in which case you can move on again to another.
Great. The only thing that Director Prescott and I were just chatting about is the second item, depending on what you do to Fundamental 2, that second item is really what Fundamental 2 states. And so not sure if you're going to want to leave number 2 the way that it is, or whether or not it's going to be amended based on what you do in Fundamental 2. Because Fundamental 2 currently reads, maintaining the highest standards in the areas of fine arts, health, fitness. It's basically that statement. That is your Fundamental 2. So does it still belong in Fundamental 1? Or when you, if you do change Fundamental 2, we'll need to relook at this. That was the only piece there. Do you know what I mean?
Totally confused by what you're saying.
So,
You're talking 2, but we're talking 1.
gotcha.
All those edits I just made were to
Just to
Fundamental
1.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just to 1.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you for those edits. Just by deleting learning styles, does that create any predicament for other documents that this might have an avalanche effect? And before we do that, and any thoughts on learning styles? Is that kind of unanimity agreement within the administration that it should be deleted? Because if we're deleting it here, it might appear in other places. So just some thoughts.
So in reviewing the superintendent interpretation that was revised last year at this time and adopted, the term learning styles was not included in the superintendent interpretation for similar reasons as what Director Drinkwater already pointed out, that there's conflict around that theory.
Last chance, edits, changes?
They seem good. I'd like to see it visually, I guess. So I'll look forward to it next time.
Okay, no other changes. Let's move on then to 5B, which is OE 1 Fundamental 2, Superintendent Interpretation.
So this one actually has 2 parts to it, because we did bring forward the revised superintendent interpretation the last meeting, just for you to see as you did your monitoring. But it also has the Fundamental 2 language to look at. And if you look at the document with the revised superintendent interpretation, it does include a proposed revision to Fundamental 2, as we discussed at the last meeting, centered around learning standards as they have been certainly increased and adopted by the state since the original fundamental language and interpretation were written.
So we're looking at language for Fundamental 2, but you've included your interpretation here because that's your document.
Right, but the interpretation, as you can see, has a
Has
draft
that-
on it because it does still need to have action
Right.
by the board as well.
Okay. But not at this time. We're just looking at language review at this time.
Correct, but it can move forward if there's other changes to it, or it could be, it will move forward as a consent item, but if there are changes or suggestions in the
They're tied together.
interpretation, it would be great to get them at this time as well.
So we need to approve the language changes to Fundamental 2 as a first step, right? And that would occur next time in the consent agenda, and your revised superintendent interpretation reflects those new language changes that the board also needs to approve.
It's been a long day. I apologize. I hope this doesn't go much longer. Just getting exceptionally tired. Started the day very early. And I apologize if I'm not picking up the nuance on this. Where it says mathematics, including financial education, and science, including environmental sustainability, the red is additions. And are we inadvertently placing emphasis on these new additions at the expense of other courses in sciences by doing this?
The intent was to encompass the other learning standards that have been adopted specifically by Washington State, so that we're being inclusive of those ones, and it comes directly from the OSPI website.
So I had a couple of minor questionable edits. Is language arts usually capitalized? As opposed to the others that are not?
They all should be, or none, so that's
Okay.
probably a good edit.
So that might be consistent, consistency edit. And then I think there needs to be an AL at the end of environment for environmental sustainability. Just because that's usually how we say it. Or environment and sustainability, which is, I think, how it is on OSPI's website. Either one of those. But even when I think Director Jorgensen read it, he threw in the AL because that's how we would normally say it. So I think either of those edits would be helpful.
Thank you.
I just want you to know I had the same question about language arts.
Awesome.
And then just the first including in the red, including financial information is capitalized. Just, I don't know when it's moved over. That's just an oversight. I had the same question that Director Jorgensen did, that, and I appreciate the explanation, and that could very well be good enough, but why are we pointing out specific things? I mean, I guess my feeling with the math and then saying including financial education is almost like it's not as important as mathematics, is kind of the way that I read it. And then there's so many other science classes that we do that, yeah, I got the same question. And coming from OSPI and to align this to standards, it could very well be a good enough answer. I just want to make sure that that's the answer.
I want to hear from Superintendent Kolaski on this, but I do have a couple of ideas. One is that one of the questions we get, especially from older generations, I've found, is why aren't we teaching financial education in our schools? We teach math, but it's a lot of the higher level math, getting you ready for calculus and engineering, and why aren't we teaching kids how to manage money? And so now we do have standards for financial education, and so I think because mathematics is often thought of as the more pure mathematics, algebra, geometry, advanced algebra, calculus, trigonometry, but that this points out that just in case you weren't thinking about it, also financial education. So I think it's a really helpful addition, and I think it's hugely important because everyone needs to learn how to manage their finances. And then I'm not sure, I mean, I like that, since we've been talking about environmental sustainability, I like that it's included there, and I think because that would be maybe something we, as an older generation, didn't have in our science classes, right? So we were studying chemistry, biology, geology, physics. Now kids can take an AP Environmental Sustainability class. Now it's woven into all those other subjects. So I think it's just highlighting that is, just in case you missed it, we're also including environmental sustainability. That's my take on it.
We could certainly not put those under science because, frankly, the standards do talk about the economic concept that goes with the study of environment and sustainability. So what we could do is not have it be science including environment or environmental science, but have science, comma, environment and sustainability, social studies, world language, computer science, and educational technology. So it's its own standalone piece versus wrapped into another. The same could be also said for the financial education. So it's not math including financial education, math, comma, financial education, science, comma, environment and sustainability, social studies, world languages, computer science, and educational technology.
Let me offer maybe a different alternative, and that would be, again, I think it might be putting too much emphasis on those two, even though they are important, but so are so many other classes. Maybe listing them without those two and then choosing to list the two and the reason why they're included at the end, because they are not included in the OSPI standards or whatever.
They are included in the OSPI standards. And to full disclosure, they are included as a standalone, not math, including financial education. We did that as we were building on the old fundamental language, whereas we really could just include them in the list as OSPI does, which is each of the areas is a standalone area.
Okay.
Science being a standalone area, social studies, financial education, English language arts.
Where do we think economics fits, for example?
Does OSPI have, it's social studies?
Social studies.
Does it, do we have specific standards for economics?
Embedded
in
within the social studies, but there are some economic standard concepts that are also in the K through 12 environment and sustainability standards.
Mm-hmm.
So they're
Right. There's a lot of
sort of
cross-curricular thing.
interdisciplinary.
I personally like the idea of getting rid of the parentheses and includings and just listing them all out.
Yeah, I'd be up for that too. Where does statistics fit? Is that mathematics?
There is actually a strand for statistics, algebra, all the other different components throughout K-12. How it's broken out into how the students are learning the concepts.
And Fred's just going to pull up the OSPI just so you can see it visually. Perfect.
What do we consider educational technology?
This one is the newest adoption, It encompasses what are the ISD standards, and you can click on them and it takes you down all of the different pieces to that. It includes digital citizenship. It includes how it's connected, again, interwoven and integrated throughout all of the different subjects, so you're not just doing it as a standalone.
So, hate to be the party pooper here. I'm running up against a deadline myself. I'm just wondering if it's possible to put this on to this discussion for another moment. We've been at this for quite a long time. And if I'm an outlier, then tell me I'm an outlier, but if other people agree, then
This can be moved to a future agenda. Yeah. I'm seeing lots of heads nodding here, so let's move this to our next agenda. Is that appropriate? How full is our next agenda? We do elementary schools, but it'll be fun. Okay. Okay, then we will move this. Fundamental 2, the superintendent's attendance interpretation and updated language will be moved to the next agenda, next regular meeting. Okay, then we will move on to section 6, the consent agenda.
I move we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. All right, it's approved. Move on to section 7. 7A, the legislative representative report. Okay. 7B, announcements, inquiries, and reports.
I want to super fast acknowledge a couple things, and I would wait, except that we're not meeting for 3 weeks, and there's been some amazing things that have been happening. First of all, I wanted to express gratitude to our administration and staff who pulled off saving All Island Band Night. I actually wasn't there because I didn't want to go out in that weather, but honestly, but I heard it was phenomenal, and I've heard such great feedback from families who, with this wonderful tradition, was able to be carried out despite our weather, and I was told it was seamless, and that the kids had a great time, parents had a great time, so thank you so much to everyone who worked hard and made that happen. I also attended the Northwood Family Social Emotional Night last night. I just kind of popped in to check it out because it was first time they did it. It was amazing. They were, we think our kids come home and tell us what they do at school with mindfulness, and it's foreign to most of us parents. And they actually went through the mindfulness and talked about it. And it was students and parents, and so the students could show their parents what they were doing. And so it was just kudos to Northwood for doing that, and it was a great evening, and everyone looked really happy to be there. Final thing I want to say is I was told last minute that speaker was brought to the high school yesterday that I was able to go sit in on. Keith Wheeler, who's a motivational speaker, and talked about inclusivity. And the only thing I want to point out, because he speaks for himself, but is that the students brought in the speaker and wanted someone to come and talk about inclusivity, and I just thought that was phenomenal that came from our students. So super fast, that's it, and it's just been a really great couple weeks.
So just briefly, attended the first Northwood Parent Advisory Committee, an overview of mission, vision, and values, and some of the data driving the SIPs. So I got a sneak peek at the SIP. And on the same day, I got to stick around, and congratulations to everyone in the district for surviving the Great Washington Shakeout, except for Dr. Rundle, who refused to speak to anyone on the walkie-talkies. To see that happen with the Northwood campus was great, but also to see the new communication system on the island was pretty impressive. To hear the other schools checking in safe and all accounted for was pretty awesome. And then on Monday, I was invited as a guest on KMIH 99.8 The Bridge to kick off MI Unity Week, which is fantastic. So I encourage everyone to check in tomorrow, listen to the radio station for the conclusion of the first ever Unity Week on Mercer Island, and kudos to the students for pulling that off and really creating an awesome event all week long. All right. We'll move on to Section 8, the superintendent's report.
Also, just very quickly, did forget to mention earlier this evening when the high school was presenting their SIP, we were missing 2 of our leadership team. They did have excused absences. Nick Wald, our associate principal, was with our soccer team. There is always something going on at the high school, and of course tonight there was. And Henderson Carlisle, he was out with a medical reason, partly because he neglected to go to a doctor earlier than he should have. So we know that he is on the mend now and will be healed soon. So just an update on where the rest of that team was.
Thank you for that. That brings us to 9, adjournment.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
Well, wait a second.
Seeing none. All in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And we are adjourned at 9:23. Please stick around just briefly to sign paperwork.